So, good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. If you'll please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Melanie, roll call.
Roll call. Councilmember Bullen.
Here.
Councilmember Colleton.
Here.
Councilmember Lang. Here. Councilmember Lasan.
Here.
And Mayor Carter.
Here. So pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, the council will meet with real property negotiators, town manager, town attorney regarding properties. With that, we are going to adjourn to closed session. I would have been late anyway because I was out in the hallway talking to.
It's so easy to laugh out.
I never said one thing at all.
Yeah, you did. You started. Mark, good to see you guys.
Good to see you too. Yeah, they go. My thing was, I asked her, what is the reason why are you gonna discuss about the property? You know what I'm saying? Okay, the discussion is private, but the reason is the reason public. Okay. I wanna, what's going on with this property, you know what I'm saying? You found out?
that's weird. I thought they were in here. Did they start here and leave?
They were,
Said they pledge of allegiance and then went on out?
Yeah.
Okay, I saw them doing the pledge, and I was like, fuck, I'm late.
No,
Okay. All right.
no, they had, that was for a private meeting.
Do you know what the private one's about?
about some properties. They're discussing some properties.
Oh, apparently none of our business.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not
that's what
public.
he said.
I asked them, what are you discussing about those properties? It's private. So the reason, I understand the discussion may be private, but the reason why it should be public.
Yeah.
But that's the way it is.
It's so interesting how, have you been here since the fire?
We're new.
Yeah, we've been here about a little over a year and a half now. We opened business about 2 months ago here, so.
It's interesting how we just went from learning, like, so, I should've. Since the fire, but we're learning a lot, so.
Yeah.
Hello.
I might comment on the agenda items. I have a one-page proposal here. I have a card here.
To fill out a card.
Oh, nah, that's okay. Sure. Yeah. I'll just leave it. If I get a chance.
I think so. I weeded it all day. The neighbor's weeds blown into the electric fence, give me a fall.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
You say you're wrestling with that. How are you?
Never ending balance, you know?
Hey, you know, it's just life.
You know, it has new meaning to that picture balance, just,
I picked one.
If you don't have one collar.
So we have a, plan for storage. I guess, you know,
This overview committee, yeah. It's in the process.
Yes, he's gonna be.
Yes.
I did, yes, and I sent it already, it's probably in there, but it's not.
I'm gonna make it nice.
Not really,
Yeah.
get up on the
This is
street.
gonna take-
Yeah, yeah, I think that makes sense. Somewhere there, I'll get on the consideration.
It'll be close.
Hey Cliff, quick question.
Yes.
And I didn't do a presentation on it because Norwego was so frustrated with the town. They had an engineer up here years ago for 5 days working with the town on it. So why can't they do, and I'm just trying to think of having to tear up everything and everything. Why not put a small parking system at each block? Okay, if you put the lines down the back property lines, put a tank in there, treat it to reuse standards, and do basically an overfill on the tank. Take it to whatever we need for disposal.
He's great.
Why not put in a special, say, on, or, I mean, with the MBR?
I think we leave it up to the property owners and say, who's ready to develop if you have.
I'm actually in the process of that. I created a question. There's very little about it. No, we don't come in. No, we're not getting involved with our premises. And we don't want to disrupt. That's the fourth of general circumstances.
I put the first I did the first estuary treatment system on Skyway in 1913, 2013, excuse me. It went in with anaerobic went into, excuse me, went in with aerobic, went to anaerobic, went to UV, and then reoxygenated. And when I had a BOD running between 3 and 5, the town called me a liar, and we went out and did a split sample, and it was a 3. I mean, it could be done. And you know what I did with the effluent? We did a big raised planter area, and we did drip into the planter. 6 inches deep. I got to grab the car. Back in a second. With all the money they have spent on studies, they can get the agenda. Just grab it.
She met with 4 of the 5 council members. On the side, I met with because it she's on that team, so that's what
Sure.
we'll work this year. We're going to meet the three of them. But she's going to.
Hey, sorry, you're not.
What's up, guys?
How you doing, man?
There's already.
Did you see that letter? Did you see the letter?
Hey, excellent. How about yourself?
Hey, what?
I know that. How are you doing?
Oh, good. And my husband used to say I'm doing
What
near,
is it? What is it?
I'm doing near, what does that mean?
Yeah, what's that?
Beautiful picture to me.
It's a little slide that kind of
Hey, good.
How you doing?
I mean, it's like, so,
Now that's all. We just put that in there for college. We did
the
these.
other thing about,
These were generic.
You got a seat out here?
build some stuff, you know, people do I understand the concept.
We didn't make we didn't recommend, make recommendations for him to use the council's discretion. I don't think we recommended it.
Okay,
Well, that's not the
still development, including land.
not by the not necessarily.
Okay, all right.
I was gonna go up there and say that our presentation.
It's going to be 5 if Woody participates. How are you, Barry? Hey, Monica, thank you. Appreciate that.
Oh, you did pay?
I am. The ABC licenses for party in the park.
Busy. Lots of little things going on. Oh, that, okay. That's all we've got, doing a hard copy.
I'll flash your
She's good. You gotta stop by and see her. She's driving her car. Oh, yeah, she's out and about. She's actually going up to,
A decorum question for you, Mr. Mayor. In other meetings where we do a pledge, other veterans salute the flag during the pledge. I've resisted doing that here. Just yes, I've seen that. Yes, I've read that. So the decorum question is: should I continue just to pledge, or should I salute the flag.
I think that's up to you.
Okay. I didn't want to be out of step with the council or anything like that.
I think that's your decision.
Congress passed a law a while back, something that said we can, retirees, former veterans can salute the flag for the pledge and for the national anthem. And so I do that at other meetings, but I haven't done it yet.
I have no issue with that. So whatever you,
Well, you run the meeting, I just want to make sure.
no, that's, I'm good with that.
So I spent all day on the weekend.
One time I meant to call her and I got.
Hi, Nikki, how are you? Good.
Hi, Nikki. How are you? Good. Good to see you. Well, thank you for coming.
Okay. 6 o'clock.
Where's the cake?
So, good evening. If you would please stand and join me for the pledge, and then remain standing while Councilman Lasan does the invocation.
Let's bow our heads in prayer. Let us begin tonight with gratitude for this community, for the opportunity to serve, for the people of Paradise who continue to show resilience, compassion, and determination. May we approach tonight's discussion with wisdom, humility, and respect for one another. Help us to listen carefully, speak thoughtfully, and make decisions that strengthen our town for future generations. We remember those who have sacrificed for this community, and we give thanks for the progress that is made together. May our work tonight reflect integrity, courage, and a shared commitment to the common good. Amen.
Melanie, roll call.
Can we read out from closed session? Read out from closed session.
Read out the whole session.
So, report from closed session is direction given, no action taken.
Roll call. Councilmember Bullen?
Here.
Councilmember Colleton?
Here.
Councilmember Lang? Here. Councilmember Lasan?
Here.
And Mayor Carter?
Here. Okay. Item 1E on the agenda. So, Town of Paradise proclamation, whereas the Town of Paradise experienced a critical period requiring steady leadership, organization, stability, and experienced guidance. And whereas Michael O'Brien stepped forward to serve as interim town manager from September 15th, 2025 through May 17th, 2026, answering the town's call during a time of significant need. And whereas Michael O'Brien brought with him decades of public service experience, including distinguished leadership in law enforcement and service as chief of police for the city of Chico during the time of the 2018 Camp Fire. And whereas upon assuming the role of interim town manager, Michael O'Brien quickly established stability within the organization, providing strong, steady, and effective leadership during a period of transition. And whereas Michael O'Brien demonstrated exceptional commitment by immediately integrating into the organization, actively participating in numerous meetings, committees, policy decisions, and contributing at a level rarely achieved in interim leadership roles. And whereas through the leadership, the town has not only maintained continuity of operations, but has also been positioned on a clear and continuous path toward improvement, progress, and long-term success. And whereas during his tenure, Michael O'Brien concurrently served as a council member of the City of Chico and as commander of Regional Narcotics Task Force, exemplifying extraordinary dedication to public service through his ability to successfully manage multiple high-level responsibilities. And whereas the town of Paradise recognizes that Michael O'Brien's impact during his limited tenure has been both meaningful and lasting, and that his leadership has significantly contributed to the town's ongoing recovery and advancement. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Town Council of the Town of Paradise that it hereby expresses its sincere appreciation and gratitude to Michael O'Brien for his exemplary service as interim town manager. And be it further proclaimed that the Town Council extends its best wishes to Michael O'Brien in his continued service to the broader community and commends him for his professionalism, leadership, and unwavering commitment to public service. In witness whereof, I, Steve Crowder, Mayor of the Town of Paradise, have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the Town of Paradise to be affixed hereto this 12th day of May 2026. And Mike, you were a great choice, and you've done an exceptional job, and I want to personally thank you. So would you like to?
Yeah, I will take the opportunity just to say thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council. You have an extraordinary staff, you have an extraordinary community, and something that I've tried to communicate in different venues is what an amazing job everyone has done. Sometimes it's hard when you're in the middle of a rebuild and of devastation like Paradise experienced. I remember the first days right after the fire, seeing people where they didn't belong in Chico, in the sense that we had kids in makeshift schools, people in shelters, people in serious trauma. And I remember taking a trip up here with some dignitaries and looking around, and it looked like a science fiction movie. It looked like an atomic bomb had devastated this community. And then to come back and to see the progress, and not only see it from the outside, but see it from the inside, from an insider's view, I can tell you and tell the community, everyone involved in this rebuild has done an incredible job. It is nothing short of a miracle. You all need to be commended because I know how hard you guys work. The staff, who is incredible as well, has worked extraordinarily hard in the community that has had to endure everything that goes along with a rebuild. I just want you to know, as an outsider that is now an insider, you are all to be commended. I applaud you, I thank you, and I could not be more proud to serve as your interim town manager, even for a short period of time, and have just that much of this rebuild. Thank you so much.
Okay. Item 1F, campfire recovery updates. Written reports are included in the packet. Colette Curtis, Recovery and Economic Development Director. Any questions for Colette?
I have one. So on the, I don't know if it's on the mural program for the traffic boxes, I was curious, like, is that like one picture the artist did that then is divided up and wrapped around?
That's a great question. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So that was artwork that was done specifically for those boxes. So the artists were aware of kind of the dimensions and shape of that, and they designed it so that many of them had multiple facets of the artwork. So it was designed with that in mind.
So what's ever on the big part is that, and then the side?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Some of them, it is a similar image that wraps around. Some of them, they're distinct images on each side. It depends on the artist and what they submitted.
So, okay. Yeah, I just, for me, if you do a picture, I'd just like to see the whole picture, not drive through the traffic light and turn my head and try to see the other side of the picture. Okay, thanks.
one question, actually. It's on the Housing Program Coordinator section. It talks about the number of housing units we have. It's my standard question that I always have problems. For those of you who don't know, the Department of Finance released the numbers for Paradise, and they said as of 1 January, we have 10,851 residents here in the town of Paradise, and I just have a hard time with that number. And so, of course, I have to crunch numbers, you know me, and in 2017, our population was 26,424. We had a 7.1% vacancy rate, which means we had 12,142 housing units that were occupied. So the average household size was 2.17, and that's what they reported out. If you look at us in January, we have 5,642 housing units. That's including those manufactured homes in mobile home parks. We have roughly an 8% vacancy is what's being reported. That's at least what I think. So if you do the math, that means we have 5,642 times 92%, which is, we have 8% vacancy times 2.17. That means we should have 11,264. So somehow they're saying after the fire, we no longer have 2.17 persons per household. We have something less than that. I question that number. How did they come up with it? I will ask that maybe you bring that back next month and tell us, how did they get to the number they got to? Because Butte County right now is reporting 2.55 occupants per living unit, Chico 2.4, Biggs 3.58. They got a lot of people doing farming, I guess. Gridley 2.9 and Oroville 2.57. How do we get a mere 2.17? The reason it's so important, I beat on this every day, is because businesses look at these numbers to say, should we invest in Paradise? Are they growing? Yes, they reported out we're still the fastest growing town in California. Well, I think we're faster than they're reporting. And so I really want to know, basically, what is the accurate number for our average household size? Do we have to go out and do a sample or something like that and get a number and say, take it back to them? What can we do to have them explain to us, how do they get to 2.17? That's all I'm asking.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Lasan, for bringing that up. Our minds are thinking in the exact same way. I had those same questions when the Department of Finance came up with the updated numbers for this year. I had a lot of questions, not only the household size that they were using, but why our population for last year was actually revised down. I had many questions about that. So I did put in a call today to the manager at the Department of Finance that we worked with about a year and a half ago on some discrepancies that we had seen at that time. They actually came out and visited with us at that time, and we had a great discussion about how they make their projections. And so I put in a call to him and left a message and said, let's please have a call and talk about that. So I will be coming back with some more information about that, because it is very important that those numbers are as accurate as possible. And I think also I was very encouraged that even with those things that are a little bit strange to me, and I'm very curious about the answers, there was still excellent news that we still had a 9% increase in population and a 10% increase in our housing stock, which leads the state in both categories, which was fantastic.
Yeah, but that's a 9% reduction, a 9% growth in a reduced number.
Yes.
That's the problem I have.
Yes, exactly.
Well, last year, at least at some point, we were supposedly 11,080 people.
And they reduced it.
And so.
Yeah, this is actually the second year in a row that they revised down the previous year population. So, and that year, there were some discrepancies over manufactured homes and how those were being counted. So I thought that was the reason for, not this past year, but the 2024 number. But that doesn't explain this year. So that's the question that I'm asking.
Okay.
And I'll bring more information to you after I speak with them.
Thank you. Any other questions for Colette? Any cards, Melanie?
I have no cards on this item.
Okay. So, Mark Maddox, Assistant Town Manager, Infrastructure and Sewer Updates. Any questions for Mark?
Yeah, I do. Has there been any update to the question I asked at the last meeting about seeing what the whole plan looks like and the cost, and what happens if we never get more than phase one done?
Yeah, for the sewer update, I'll be able to provide a little brief recap on the progress on that one.
That isn't this part?
No, this is the campfire recovery updates.
Oh,
It
okay.
does say infrastructure and sewer on the slide.
Okay.
But I have
Forward that question to the
I'll be thinking about it. Thank you.
Any more questions for Mark?
No, but that's the next.
Carsman? Okay. So, Paradise Sewer Project update. Mark?
All right. Thank you, Mayor Crowder. Good evening, council. It's my pleasure to update you on the Paradise Sewer Project. This last month, our main accomplishments have been initiating subsurface investigations on the collection system, understanding what our soil profile is a little bit better so we can better understand the design parameters for the collection system, completing field topographic surveys for the collection system, including engaging with private property owners and residents and identifying where septic locations are, and looking at elevation heights for determining which ones will have a step connection and which ones with the current project makeup be gravity connection. And so those have been ongoing. The ongoing sewer hydraulic model updates for the phase 1 collection system, and including concluding the geotechnical desktop study for the wastewater treatment facility. We also, last month, completed the categorical exemption for subsurface investigations for a potential wastewater treatment facility site on Clark Road. I don't have results yet of that site yet, but that's ongoing, and in addition to overall tribal consultations pursuant to AB 52, as well as, again, looking at that Clark Road site. In the month ahead, we're going to again finish these subsurface investigations of that Clark Road site, evaluate a community proposal consideration for a full step collection system, an MBR, a membrane bioreactor treatment facility, as well as understanding more about the beneficial reuse alternative. In parallel to ongoing work, I'll have more on that next month, and I'll be showing a slide here more of what that process looks like for the big picture. We are completing the hydraulic model workshop, again, understanding of our standing structures, our rebuilds, and then potential for growth of the system and how the hydraulics will look like at various treatment facility sites. And so those are the primary updates, but I'll go ahead and share a quick little slide here that's really gonna, we're at a very pinnacle moment of understanding a path forward for the sewer project. And so we really want to be sure that as we look at alternatives, we're looking at the right time through the right lens. And so, as I mentioned, we completed some geotechnical work, and last month I gave an update how there was potential to review additional Skyway sites. Based on additional information we've received, we have decided not to pursue any additional testing for sites along Skyway corridor for the project alternative, which involves percolation ponds and evaporation ponds. So with that, as I mentioned, we are looking into a Clark Road site, and really this kind of decision tree is we're going to know very quickly within the next couple of weeks a positive result that yes, this possibly could be feasible from a technical perspective or not. And if it is possible, that can be explored further, where we'll have more community input, we'll have better geotech information and survey for the site feasibility, confirm the alternatives within this and what type of connections could be made. And then at that point, we'll be able to fully respond to the community proposal of comparing to a full step versus a non-full step and an MBR versus the ponds decision. So that's here on the left side. However, if the Clark Road site is determined to also be technically infeasible for the use of treatment facility as evaporation ponds, then we're going to have to reevaluate surface discharge options. And we're essentially going to be talking about an MBR in either way to increase the treatment costs to allow us to either use it beneficially or a reuse function or surface water discharge. And so there's going to be cascading information and decision tree points there for water board coordination, understanding where we could potentially discharge, because even in a beneficial reuse scenario, we're going to have a surface water discharge permit, and then understand what our collection system alternatives would be. And then at that point, if we're down this road, we can also respond to the community proposal to go to a full step versus a non-full step. I really do want to be confident in the information we share that has costs involved as well. And all of this work has costs itself to perform, and we want to make sure we're doing it at the right time, just as I opened with, in the right way. So I don't have the full decision or response to last month's proposal, but we'll at least be able to provide an update update next month, and this is where we are, and we're again, as each month that we provide these updates, we're increasing what we know about the sewer project for something that's been talked about for 50 years. We've never been this close, and so the amount of options are unfortunately sometimes feeling like a process of elimination, but what we're really doing is being efficient in understanding that we're ensuring Paradise has a project that can work, that it has the lowest cost and can scale and serve the community at large. And so with that, I'm confident next month we'll have a more robust update, as well as a game plan for what type of options we'll be looking at, either evaluating the Clark Road site more seriously or evolving to a surface water discharge, which obviously is not our first preference because it's going to cost more and resources are limited. And surface water discharges are very difficult to permit. But nonetheless, we will move forward and deliver this project one way or another. So that's essentially that update. And to Councilmember Culleton's questions, I did want to provide an update about where we are in the project delivery process, moving from left to right, basis of design report, environmental updates, and all the way to the right to construction. And so I understand there was a request to update a conceptual rate analysis and understand how many users are going to connect and what are the rates that they're going to have to pay, because we need to be sure that no matter what, we deliver a project that is affordable for the service that is being provided. And at this point, again, we can model and predict, but at this point when we don't know where the treatment facility is going to go, we don't know the level of treatment that is going to be performed, and so we don't know a lot about the cost that is going to take to deliver this. And so as we move forward, we can say when we reach preliminary design at 30%, we can update the rate analysis, which will help us update our funding applications, which will inform the formal rate study, and that's the 218 process. That comes along with multiple council action points to adopt those rates and approve final design and award a construction contract. But I want to be certain that along the way we're going to know more, and we're going to be able to understand, okay, these are the number of parcels that can be served, because remember, we are designing this project to fit our funding budget instead of hoping for funding to come through and build something to match that. We are going to deliver this project, and when we know what we're doing, where we're doing it, and how many can connect on day one, that's going to inform of what rates will look like, and then that's where we can revisit the conversation with the town council that made a determination 3 years ago to invest in subsidizing these rates to make sure they were affordable, because it's not lost on me or anyone delivering this project. This project is going to need some sort of investment to make sure that with a limited number of parcels being served, that the operations and maintenance, which is also some of the reasons why we try to keep the project as low cost as possible, is affordable, and that people aren't being saddled with high rates. We already know that is a top of mind issue for the community. And so I don't have an AI model today about what it's going to be, but when we go ahead and move forward this project and understand where the location of the treatment facility and the treatment type and the number of users that could benefit from a phase 1 project, that's going to allow us to be able to articulate better with confidence about what rates could look like. At the last time, we were trying to keep it to remain eligible for USDA grant funds. Those usually have to be 2% of the median household income. That's what the town council said set as our baseline, and the investment on the other side was going to keep rates at about $86 a month on average for the sewer project, and then the rest would be covered by the town for a period of 10 years. And obviously the goal is to recover and increase building, increase commercial activity, and when that happens, the lines will intersect at some point, and it's all about understanding where that point is. But right now it's too soon in the project development process to say. And so this is what the map to understanding that information, including multiple council checkpoints and a formal Prop 218 process to talk about rates.
Okay, the only problem I have with what you just said is you just said, we're designing a project that we're not about what we hope to do. We're designing a project with the money we have to deliver that. We as a community and as a council have said, look, the project area will be what it was 25 years ago, Pearson to Elliott, a small walkable downtown. 88 units or 112 or whatever it might be. So no matter what you build, no matter where you build it, you got $30 million or $100 million, whatever you're going to spend to build it. That's what you said you're designing for. So if you take that, and if you take in the beginning, I have 30 units hooked up. I had the potential to build out of just that small section that we were doing 25 years ago. And you say, this is what it'll be. I mean, and if in order for it to become affordable, you need another 200 units hooked up, and you got to go up Skyway, or you got to expand the thing, which we don't have the money to do. There's money, you say, in the future for if we have a plant to expand it, whatever the plant is. So when you tell me we're designing something based on the funds we have to serve a defined area that we've specified.
Well, I'll interject there, only because the area defined has not been specified.
It has.
Conceptually, yes, we
No,
said.
no, we, after the project to sewer, we said this, the walkable town, and we scaled it down from what your original plan was.
Yeah, and that's the conceptual phase one, and here, I'll just really quick break it down, because the difference of a sewer service area on Skyway, that makes sense to serve the downtown commercial core and parcels along Skyway all the way down. But if this treatment facility needs to go on Clark Road, that hydraulic model and that number of users
I get
could be
that.
totally different.
But again, when this thing grew, because of, and there may be people in the room that understand how this grew over the years, from Pearson to Elliott, and then from Pearson to Billy, and then let's pick up the high school, that was 25 years ago, and then now with the latest water board and the whole idea of going to Chico, oh no, let's go all the way to Pence, let's pick up all of Clark, let's do all of, so you have this great big sewer district area that has grown over time. It was never the original intent of this community, and it's not what we scaled it back down to. So that's all I'm asking for. Show me, if you never build anything beyond the 88 units in this one area we've defined,
Well,
when does it become affordable, or is it a no-win deal?
I appreciate that, and I'll just confirm, one, there's never been a sewer service area that proposed to go to Pence, and two is that when council gave direction to staff, it was very clearly noted that this is a conceptual service area that is going to focus, if a treatment facility is going to work on Lower Skyway, focus on the downtown core. And at this point, a treatment facility on Skyway using evaporation ponds and percolation ponds appears infeasible. And so if we're looking at a facility that needs to go on a different corridor like Clark, that's going to change the cost and the number of users that could benefit. And so there may be more connections that could occur with a treatment facility on Clark than previously on Skyway. You're going to pick up Pearson, possibly Bushman. There's a lot of multifamily units that could connect. And so all I'm saying is, if your expectation is quality and a responsive number that tells you when this is going to make sense, I need a little bit more time to develop information about the project and report back. And so this is how that gets done, because I'd be glad to tell you that it's going to have a break-even point in year 10. But that may not be accurate right now, because there's information being developed that's going to inform what we can afford in that phase one project.
All right.
Okay.
Mark, my question is the same one as last time, is the long-term O&M costs. When you give us that updated funding information right there, that rate analysis, will we know, we'll know what the $86 roughly is for the hookup, the cost for them monthly. Will we know what our monthly cost is at that point?
It will conceptually know how much it's going to cost. We're looking at other communities that are operating evaporation ponds. We're looking at communities that have operation MBRs. MBR is very expensive to operate. The energy costs are exorbitant. So looking at ways to control that, solar is going to be key. So any decision we make in updating the funding applications and establishing rates, it's going to factor in the capital costs and the O&M costs collectively.
I have to say, I'm not as much concerned about the capital costs, because you guys have been real good at finding the capital and getting the system built. I'm worried about the O&M costs, because you're saying we're going to subsidize it for 10 years. My concern is, once we subsidize it for 10 years, will we still be able to pay for it? Will we be required, or will we have built out enough at that point? And so I need to know, before I can say yes on this, the starting point, what is our O&M cost, and have you traded off the step system with this system at that point? so that you know what the O&M costs for both of them are, so we can say, oh, this one costs this much, that one costs that one. So that's going to help me make a decision on whether to say yes, because I really want a sewer for the downtown.
Yep.
But I need to know that we're not going to stick people with this high cost 10 years from now.
Well, I'll clarify a couple of things. The first being that the decision the council made 3 years ago to subsidize rates was based on the prior version of the project.
Understand.
And throughout that, there's been $6.4 million set aside to subsidize rates that obviously needs to be reviewed and revalidated if that's still a priority of the council. But right now, we don't know what rates are going to be
Right.
exactly, and that's kind of the prior conversation that we just had is when we know more about O&M, we know more about the treatment, the location, the discharge methods, the backup, the number of pumps, if we're doing full step, if we're not doing full step.
Will we
continuing
know
with the
that at
hybrid.
that first update rate, or will we only know that at the last council action state?
Oh, well, getting back to this slide is, all of this is going to help us inform until how we get to this area. You're not going to see us propose to adopt rates and without knowing, what type of project we're building, if that makes sense. And so there's more information coming together, especially in the next month. And I want to say rates are top of mind.
Sure.
There's no interest of anyone delivering a project that is unaffordable for the town, let alone the community we serve.
Fair enough.
And so our goal is going to be, provide a reliable project that can collect, treat, and discharge wastewater, no matter how we do it, that is affordable for us and them. So we'll keep going. I'll continue to provide these monthly updates. When we get closer to having an approved environmental document, there will be more opportunities to comment on that, circulate that, finalize, certify it, and get to a constructible project. We just have to get through these key steps where we can develop more information to, really give you good information to make decisions about, again, when we get to these other areas that are going to be more complex. But we'll absolutely have updates along the way.
That's the key to us being able to approve this project, is we've got to know what the long-term O&M costs are with
Yep.
some level of fidelity, so that
Yep.
we know that we're not going to burn the rest of our pro fund subsidizing this thing.
Absolutely.
Well, we
I
got to
could-
get it designed.
We got to get
We
it
gotta
done.
get the design
We
done.
got to have a place to put it. Until you
Yeah.
have that, you can't
Yep.
come up with these numbers. I can't build a house and tell you all what's going to happen until I've got it designed. It's got to
Yep.
be designed. So we got to get
Yes.
to this point
Yes.
to get that information to you guys.
That's
So you're all right with it, but you can't do that midstream.
Yeah. I can tell you, based on other communities, the cost for this type of a project and these number of service connections can range between $400,000 and $1.2 million. But our goal is going to, on an annual basis, our goal is to tighten that up. That's why we started with the simplest project as possible. Because every dollar that we spend towards an MBR is one less dollar for that we can, really make sure we're not subsidizing into the future.
Good enough.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
I wanted to add to that too, and thank you, Mark, for all of that detailed information. I want to emphasize from the sewer committee's perspective, all of these points of concern are on everybody's radar. And I know not only HDR, but Corollo and all of the town staff is acutely aware of those. Those do not go without, consideration. And once we plug in some of these big pieces, to Greg's point, we will be able to bring those into focus.
Yep. Thank you.
Any other questions for cards, Melanie?
First card is Cliff Jacobson.
Mayor Crowder, members of the council, I want to address the conventional gravity sewer alternative in HDR's analysis, and I want to do it briefly, point by point, because the case against it is not one objection, it's many and they compound. First, scale mismatch. Phase 1 serves 200 parcels, only 83 are currently occupied. A gravity collection system requires trunk main size for ultimate build-out. We will trench deep, oversized pipe across this town to serve a fraction of the community of the connection zone on day 1. Second, minimum velocity. Gravity sewers require roughly 2 feet per second to keep solids in suspension. At phase 1 loading, those mains will run at a fraction of design velocity. Solids will settle, the pipes become a settling tank. Third, septicity and corrosion. Stagnant solids go anaerobic. Anaerobic sewage generates hydrogen sulfide, and hydrogen sulfide corrodes concrete pipe, fouls the air at every manhole, and creates a worker safety hazard the day we commission the system. Fourth, a gravity sewer system requiring additional flow uses drinking water treated, pumped, and paid for to move solids downhill. Paradise is in a drought state, low flow fixture, water conscious community. It doesn't make much sense to use water to move solids when we can leave them where they are. Fifth, lift stations. Phase 1 indicates no lift stations, but gravity does not flow uphill. Every ravine crossing means a lift station. Wet wells, pumps, controls, ragging, alarms, and the operating cost that comes with each. Sixth, the PSPS exposure. Our undergrounding is not 100%. PG&E still de-energizes this town during red flag conditions. Lift stations stop, gravity systems backs up. We cannot adopt infrastructure that fails the moment the weather arrives. Seventh, infiltration and inflow. Manholes admit stormwater. A plant size for 100,000 gallons a day will see 2 to 3 times that in a wet month, and ratepayers will pay to treat groundwater. Eighth, manholes. Confined space hazards, standing water vector habitat, and pavement settlement repairs to the life of the system, paid for on the rate of taxpayer, or on the back of the ratepayers. Ninth, construction disruption. 8 to 15-foot trenches through neighborhoods that are still rebuilding. We tear up streets while families are trying to come home and businesses are still trying to survive. 10th, strand capacity. We trench past vacant parcels and amortize the cost across 83 connections. The debt service is punishing on day one and stays punishing until a future build-out that we cannot guarantee will ever occur. A step system answers every one of these. It scales parcel by parcel. It does not depend on potable water as a carrier. It does not back up when the power goes out. It does not require deep trenching or lift stations or a manhole every 300 feet. 10 points, one conclusion. The gravity option is the wrong tool for this town at this moment. Its MBR and its recycle capability is the only option we can afford.
Thanks, Cliff.
Next card is Leslie Sawyer.
Hello. I know I'm a little early to this, but I want the objection put on the record. Mark, so nice to meet you. I would be happy to work with you at the legislative level to make all of this happen. However, here's my list of concerns. Okay, we have Heinke Farm right there on Clark Road. That is a 100-year farm that has been here in the town of Paradise. That farm already is dealing with issues from PG&E occupying that space where they have no permits, no environmental reviews, no grading permits, no compaction, and now that dirt has caused drainage issues to a farm that's been here for 100 years. We need to make sure that every environmental review is done and done correctly so that we do not cause more issues to a farm that has been here servicing this community and providing organic fruit to this entire state and other states around it through, you know, stores like Whole Foods and whatnot for over 100 years in this community. That money comes into Paradise and then goes all throughout Paradise to try to help make it better. When you are affecting something that's been there that long, we need to think about that when we're looking at all of those reviews and regulations. Also, sorry, I don't know any of you, so this is weird and different. I lived by the Anderson plant for 10 plus years. They are now having so many issues in raising the rates to the community to an astronomical amount that is not sustainable for that community. I would be happy, Mark, again, or anybody else on the council, to connect you with the people there, because I do know them all very well, and have you guys see what effects they're now dealing with. The cost of running and operating a plant, you guys talked about it. The energy cost is exorbitant. That was a perfect name for that, right? Exorbitant. They have put in solar. It doesn't even touch the operating expense of that plant there in Anderson. Granted, living a block away from it, I was extremely grateful. The rolling PG&E blockouts, those don't turn off for the water plant. Somehow they get skipped. So my house always still had power when everybody else around me didn't, but that cost still goes on to the community, right? So the rolling blackouts, that's a really good concern, but as I understand it from my experience, they don't actually turn off that section. So, I don't know, I think that there's a lot of concerns to look at, there's a lot of other options. Like I said, I would be so happy. I have firsthand experience, really good relationships with a lot of our assembly members, and I would be happy to connect any of you with City of Anderson or our legislators at the state level to try to push this project through so it doesn't cost the county, or it doesn't cost the town, but it services everybody and it keeps Heinke Farm safe from being tarnished, and it's an organic farm. So, you know, sewage, probably not good for the grapes.
Next card is Kathy Dysert.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Crowder. My name is Kathleen Dysert. I'm here representing Paradise Arts Center as chairman of its community outreach program. You obviously have known about our works, that we're a 60-year-old organization this year that has provided classrooms, activities, gathering place for our town. We currently have 3 galleries here through collaborations with, the town, with local businesses, with other arts organizations. Our community has gotten opportunities and cultural needs met, and just wonderful things have happened as a result of the arts and culture groups in your town. That is the work we do. But I want to talk to you tonight about what the wastewater decision, no matter what you decide, this is in front of you, that means for this work. The Arts Center and most of our nonprofit organizations, it's not a business in the conventional sense. We don't have margins to pass our costs through. We operate on grants, on memberships, on donations from neighbors who are themselves still rebuilding and don't have that much to spend, on ticket revenues from events that draw people back to Paradise, many of them for the first time since the fire. Every dollar we raise has a destination before it arrives. Most of us have no employees here. All of the work that we are doing is for free. It all goes back into services or keeping our buildings alive or helping an artist get some money. We are for the community. There is no slack in our budget, and there is no reserve to absorb a new permanent fixed cost. Such a cost could possibly endanger our very existence. We have served this community, not just the Arts Center, but all the arts, have served our community for a very long time. We have we've contributed so much to the town. We need to be in a position, or hope to be in a position, to keep our doors open so we can continue to enrich our town. Our building is one of the oldest remaining buildings in Paradise. It has the fixture count of a small commercial property, and a commercial wastewater assessment will be calculated accordingly. Not on what we can afford, but on what our plumbing looks like. Not on what we can do for the town, but what our 60-year-old plumbing looks like. The connection fee, the monthly service charge, the side sewer work on our site, the property line, none of that is scaled to nonprofits' ability to pay. It is scaled to pipe. And I would imagine that could be said for any nonprofit in town. When a restaurant absorbs a new fixed cost, it raises the menu prices. When a nonprofit absorbs a new fixed cost, it cuts programming. Or it has to go into this frantic fundraising.
Kathy, we need to,
Okay. Well, then basically, what I'm saying is, please consider keeping us at a rate or at a system that is going to help us get on the system without undue devastation to our programs.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next card is John Ramaya.
And I really appreciate it if everybody can pay attention to the 3 minutes so we can get through this. Thank you. Yes, they do.
Right over there, they can see it right there. Well, look there too.
Does my money start yet? Okay.
Go.
Thank you. Okay, you know, I really don't care if we have 9,000, 10,000, or 11,000 people in this town. My problem is, there were some other numbers that were published very recently, and it was Department of Social Services. 31.7% of the people living in Paradise proper receive some sort of income-based assistance, whether it's Section 8, whether it's food stamps, whether it's Medi-Cal. It's an insult to a lot of these people. Council up here talking about $125, $110 million projects, and these people are trying to deal with their medical bills, trying to deal with their food. I think we need to, and the other thing that really bothers me is everybody saying, we're trying to get this paid for, we're trying to get this paid for. It's still our tax dollars. Pardon the expression, but shit rolls downhill. If the government spends their money on subsidizing these, the government's gonna want more money out of us. I think we really, before we spend over $100 million, need to look at our community a little bit and what our residents are doing. I mean, you can do small package systems, one per block, with reuse and an overflow to another type of facility. The major company that does a lot of those, because of past experiences with this town and spending a lot of money working with this town years ago, they basically took the stance, show me the money. But anyway, I think we gotta look at the amount of money we're spending. We're way over. We could have built mini systems. Let's have a check. We could have built mini systems in every block downtown for the amount of money that we have spent on engineering and studies already. Thank you.
Next card is Fred Abler.
Good evening. I'm a local resident, retired, moved here about 3 years ago. When I heard Woody ask the question about the sewer, I had to come running up here and say, yes, because I mostly don't agree with what you say, but I am so in favor of what you're saying. And that is,
You're not allowed.
an observation from, from the outside. I'm still an outsider here, I've only been 3 years here, haven't been through the fire. But it's so obvious, just this meeting here, okay? Council is saying, what's it gonna cost? How are we gonna service the debt? Has anybody done a feasibility study on the operating cost? Not the sunk cost, the operating cost. I have. I've done an AI model. It's $2.5 million a year. Okay, so how many businesses are we going to add each year? And how are we going to pay out that, operating cost? Forget the sunk cost. That's courtesy of the taxpayers. So and to your point about, I have a professional design background. Mike is,
Mark.
Mark is an engineer, and Mark, you're saying, give us numbers, and Mark is being an excellent engineer, and he's saying, give me the size of the system, the location of the system, and, all of the variables, and then he'll give you a number. He's not gonna give you a number until you give him the variables. And you guys aren't gonna get give them the variables, and this is just gonna go kick back and forth. It's so obvious right now, to me, okay? And I'm just saying, it's obvious. And the only thing I know, I'm so in favor of the sewer, I'm pro-sewer, but the only thing I know is that money has to be spent by September 2029. Doesn't have to be committed or planned or aimed for. It has to be spent. And when I hear, we'll give you a better update next week, or next month, and we're looking at, now we've given up on those sites, we're looking at a site or multiple sites on Clark Road. This is just, it's Bananarama. You guys are just chasing your tails and you're talking past each other. There's no way you're gonna meet that grant deadline. And the grant capture is job one. That money is there for the taking. We need to put it to best possible use. And having the council talk past staff and staff talk past council, it's not so good. And so, thank you for listening.
Welcome to paradise.
My time's up, I'm sorry.
Jennifer Edson?
Thank you. Good evening, council, mayor. I am late to the sewer project game, so if I am repeating something that everybody knows, I apologize. I happen to agree with this gentleman. You may be running out a bunch of people out of paradise, and that's not what we want. We want everybody, residents here, and I happen to do that.
You gotta talk to us.
They want to hear you.
Talk to us.
We gotta hear
Talk
us.
to- Aim
Us.
aim this way. So you're talking in the mic. There you go.
There you go.
They
Perfect.
can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We're talking.
Okay, I hope so. I happen to agree with this gentleman that if this project does go full in fifth gear, that you will be running people out if they're going to have to carry the operating costs. Yeah, I hear you.
You have to just talk in, talk.
Check it.
It's on.
Talk loudly.
I can't see it.
Get closer.
Okay. Can you hear me now? How is it everyone else can talk and I can't? That's weird.
Battery going dead.
No, the batteries are dead. All right, Tony, thank you. Now I can hear my echo. Sorry about that. Okay, for those who couldn't hear me, I came up here because I do have a few questions, but I also wanted to elaborate that I agree with this gentleman that you are looking at the possibility of running residents out of paradise if you continue with the project later down the road. It's those concerns that really need to be taken in consideration. I also agree with the other gentleman that was just up here, operating costs. So here's my question. You have so much funds that you can fund it up to a certain point, but after that point, what are you going to do? My concern is, as a resident, am I going to be charged for downtown sewer when I'm a resident and I don't use the sewer system? No. But will that happen? Will it become a tax where we're all having to pay for downtown to use a sewer system because we all do our business in downtown? No?
No.
Okay.
That's illegal.
Okay, that's a hard no. Okay, thank you for explaining that. I also would like to know if you're consulting with other towns that have had a similar project and has put it in force.
We have gone and toured many sewer.
How about Oroville? Because I know that they had a similar situation and it didn't go well.
Oroville specifically, we went to like 10 different places.
Yeah, our team's been consulting with many other jurisdictions, still actively doing that, especially contacting other STEP communities. We've done a tour, Placer County, obviously been working regionally with Chico, very familiar with aging infrastructure. These facilities, the city of Chico, not to bring in Chico into this, but their water pollution control treatment plant was built in 1930. And infrastructure ages and fails, and so certainly a lot of other communities are grappling with that doesn't mean that we're not looking at O&M. We absolutely are looking at O&M from day one.
So Mark, when you talk about rate and rate analysis, are you talking about just for the people who are going to be using the sewer system?
Yes, yes.
And again, I just want to clarify, people who have their own septic tanks aren't going to be taxed in the future
No.
for this project?
No.
Okay,
No.
thank you.
I have no other cards on this item.
Any, any other comments from council? Okay. Thank you very much, Mark. Yeah. So, consent calendar. Do I hear a motion?
Do we have numbers on C and E?
28 or 27 and 28.
2C.
2026, 27, Greg, and 2026, 28.
I move approval on consent calendar.
I second.
Motion by Bullen, seconded by Lasson. Councilmember Bullen?
Aye.
Councilmember Colleton?
Aye.
Councilmember Lang?
Aye.
Councilmember Lasson?
Aye.
And Mayor Carter.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, no items removed from consent. Item 4, public communication for matters that are not on the council business agenda. Cards, Melanie.
I do have a card from Ken Clausen. It does list AB 2700, which there is an item on the agenda for that. So if it doesn't pertain to that,
It does, well, it does some.
somewhat.
Only
So-
card we have?
This is for things not on.
You
Can
could,
we-
we'll hear you on
This
this one
is the
now.
last item, so go ahead.
Okay, it does somewhat. Hi, I'm Ken Klassen, and as many of you know, I've been working on the fire victims reimbursement program for the people in Paradise and all of the fires before 2019. And one of the things is AB 2700 is occurring, and there's a rally tomorrow in Sacramento at the state capitol. I'll be there, and Assemblyman Gallagher is going to present that to the Appropriations Committee for passage onto the floor. At the same time, there's also another hearing at 1:30 tomorrow, and it has to do with the utilities and energy hearing on future reimbursement for people who are wildfire victims caused by utilities and a better program for reimbursement to occur. And there's going to be presentations by myself and Will Abrams at that event. I don't know if everybody here knows what AB 2700 is, but just touching on it real briefly, it's the greatest thing that's happened to us in trying to get 100% restitution for the people who have suffered losses from the utility fires. It also covers some utility, 30% reduction in utility costs as we go into the future. And those are the two items I wanted to bring to the council and bring to the community because I don't think everybody's heard about it. But tomorrow at 9 o'clock in Sacramento will be the first hearing. If anybody wants the address or information, just see me. The second thing I wanted to bring in, if I'm inappropriate here, tell me and I'll come back later. But I saw on the agenda that the mayor has put on a request for a letter of support for AB 2700. And I admire the leadership, the council's leadership to support this because Assemblyman Gallagher, when he was the author of this, now since the presentation between the Utilities and Energy Committee, he has picked up 10 co-authors of legislators at the Capitol for this bill. This bill is the right thing to do. It's an appropriate thing to do, and it's something we need to proceed with. And that's why I'm so driven by it. And to see that you folks are going to approach that tonight, I admire you. Thank you very much for looking out for the Paradise citizens that you represent.
Thanks for all you do.
Thanks, Ken.
Thank you.
John Ramaya?
One last time, hopefully. I've spoke to a few of you councilmen regarding this issue. I received an administrative citation over my goats, which I've had for over 3 years. It appears that from the time it was mailed to the time that we received it, the 3 days that I took to respond and mail it back, that The town attorney determined that it was not timely. I want to look at, in 2006 is when this ordinance was passed. In 2006, we had mail being sorted, local mail being sorted in Paradise. We had 1 or 2 day delivery. From what I understand now, and it depends upon the workload, our mail goes to either Reno or Sacramento, gets sorted, gets sent back up here to the Paradise Post Office, and then Magalia mail gets distributed to the carriers in Magalia, and the Paradise mail gets, we've got 10 days from the time that the town mails it. We get times that are 5 to 7 days to get mail locally, and our 10 days seems to be overly burdensome when you can have 10 days just in the mail delivery and returning the mail back. The return mail was actually deposited at our post office at the drop box for our answer and request for appeal. And from what I was told today, is our mail that is deposited in Paradise may not even get postmarked for 1 or 2 days. So I'm asking that we relook at that ordinance, and I would like to have my appeal heard on the facts, not somebody denied and they have to issue another citation for $200 this time instead of $100, and go through the whole mess again. It just doesn't seem efficient. I even called and asked when I was going to get the citation from the town, and I was told it was in the mail. It's not my duty to go down and pick it up. They have the responsibility to attempt to locate and personally serve. I'm not hard to find. Thank you.
Next card is Jennifer Edson.
Yeah, just briefly, we are looking at this issue. I can tell you quite candidly, with citations of a municipal nature that are non-criminal for code violations, personal service is simply untenable. It just is.
Read the ordinance. It says they shall attempt to.
Having said that, because you submitted something to us, the second citation that you referenced,
I haven't got it yet.
it was emailed to you today. So it was sent in the mail, and you got a courtesy copy by email. And I'm happy to receive your written appeal, and we'll deal with it.
Okay, so you're going to accept the old appeal towards the new citation?
No.
So I got to appeal again?
All you have to do is flip over the citation on the back side, check the box, sign it, deliver it to the town clerk. You don't have to put your reasoning in there yet. All you have to do is just say you would like an appeal. That's it.
So I think we need to look at the 10 days.
Our mail comes from Marysville for years, so not been in Paradise, so.
Go ahead, Molly.
Next card, Jennifer Edson.
Hi again. This question is directed towards Susan Hartman. I am just curious as to why the Planning Commission public meeting has been canceled for the last 3 months. I would like to know why there's no agenda items. I've done a little bit of research. From my understanding, the general plan is the first priority of the council, the town. I just would like to know why that's not an agenda item for the Planning Commission meeting. I also like to know about the growth rate. From what I gather, there's been permit filings. There's actually, in the first 4 months of 2026, there's been 1,022 permit requests and out of that, 744 were permitted, approved. That, in 4 months, is like a spike in growth. It's an interest in our town. So I'm trying to understand why that's not an ongoing agenda item as far as the growth rate, because to me, that's a spike, and that's good news. I also would like to know, there is an open project that she oversees, and that is a report that was drafted about the environmental impact for the town of Paradise. And it being an open project, I would like to know why that's not an ongoing agenda for the Planning Commission public meeting. So that being said, I also looked on our Facebook page, and it's great. Whoever's operating that, it's good. It's good interaction. It's a good place for people who can't come to town meetings to ask their questions. But the problem with that is that nobody is following up. There's a lot of unanswered questions on Facebook. I would just like to know who's responsible to go through that agenda, because you're posting all this stuff that's getting people motivated and they have questions. So I would just like to know who's responsible for the Facebook page and why they're not going back through and answering questions. So basically, I'm just up here to find out why there's no transparency, why there's no follow-up, and why there's no answering of the questions. So when I mean follow-up, April 2nd, there was a general plan workshop. In fact, I think it was held here, and it was for the public, and it was to motivate people and keep them engaged, but I believe it was a dinner as well. But in that workshop, there was a survey, and where are the results of the survey? Again, why is that not an agenda item for the Planning Commission's public meeting? So I just feel like there's a lot of things that are being missed here that need some follow-up. So thank you.
Next card is Mike Pollock. You.
My name is Mike Pollock. Thank you. Nice to talk to you. I've been up here, this is the 4th time, to discuss the situation. I had my daughter email everyone. I was told in an email that I could talk to 2 of the council members at a time because of the Browns Act. I waited to hear from you. I responded saying, anytime I'll be glad to talk to you. I didn't get no response. So last month I came up here and I had a card. Mark came over to me, told me I'll be able to meet with 2 of you because of the Browns Act before you made a decision on code enforcement fines. So you could find out the truth of exactly what happened and what I went through, Mike Ficklin went through, and I just found out my next door neighbor on Skyway went through. So there's 3 people that aren't building here because of code enforcement and the planning department. I think it's up to you to hear directly from someone. I've been in business all my life. I'm not trying to start trouble, but I'm not taking it either. The Monday after I was told I was going to be able to meet with you, Mark calls me up and tells me he never told me that. And I ended up meeting with Mike, Scott, Mark, and the planning department. They told me you guys made a decision to knock $1,500 off a bill that was $6,000. That never should have been there because the planning department told Mike he can put the thing there. And that was probably before you guys changed code enforcement things. Because I had a motorhome parked up there. And it was okay to park it. The next year, or 2 years, I needed a permit to park it on my lot. The next year, I couldn't park it there at all. So I'm requesting to see if you guys are going to talk to me in person.
We can't act on anything right now. We can't, this is,
So the Brown Act does prevent council members from responding to comments directly from the dais. If they would like to meet with you, if you have contact information, we can certainly give it to them, and if they'd like to contact you, they can.
I gave them my email.
Then,
I responded to them saying that,
we don't know.
and I was
who-
told by you not to meet with them. And then you get upset with me when I raise my voice. You threaten me that if I raise my voice because of what I went through, that you're not going to allow me to be up here at the town council to say anything.
the town has an obligation to provide a safe and harassment-free work environment
I
for
wasn't
all of its
harassing, I
employees.
was-
Yes, you were. You were yelling and screaming in the front, and people in the back could hear you. Over 100 feet away, people could hear you through walls.
Well, when
That is the textbook definition of
That was the
harassment.
second time I came up to make an appointment to see the town manager. The
do you-
town manager, I came up and talked to him before twice.
So your time is
So, like-
finished. The council has, you sent your contact information to the council. If there is a desire to meet with you, they will contact you.
So I'm not going to get an answer from him.
Not at this moment,
Not
no.
today.
You can't.
Okay. You lost 3 people that were building houses up here, just because of the attitude.
Next card is Carrie Max.
Howdy. I had seen on Facebook about a week ago that there were some meetings in Sacramento tomorrow, and that we were asked to possibly march to possibly get all we're supposed to get from PG&E. And I just heard from someone here about that. Hello, sir. And so that's what I wanted to know about. So I will be talking to him afterwards. Thank you very much.
Your place is looking good, too. Looks like it's come along.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
looks good.
Getting close.
Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah.
that'd be nice.
My shop is getting fixed.
Next card is Ed Pallett. Ed,
And Ed's one just left?
did he? I don't know him. I couldn't
I
recognize him.
think he just left.
Okay. Then I have no more cards if Ed is no longer here.
Let Tony check in.
Okay.
Keep going. He just spoke.
Mike?
He did.
Yes. And he walked out of the meeting.
I'll follow.
They notified me he was in it with Mike, and who we mentioned, he got pissed off, and he left.
No, he's not here right now.
No, they met. Okay. So, item 5, public hearings. For items that require published legal notice or mailed notice, public hearing. So we're going to hold a duly noticed and published public hearing soliciting comments regarding 2025-2026 military equipment use. Chief?
Good evening, council. Yeah, as you stated, this is the second reading of the military equipment ordinance, and so last time there was no comment. If you guys have questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them, and then if not, we can open it up to the public.
Questions for the chief?
Nope.
Can I fly the helicopter?
Only if we had one.
You shouldn't have said that.
Oh, come on.
You shouldn't have said that.
So
You'll
7:12, we'll open it up for public comment. Any cards?
I have no cards on this item.
Would anybody like to speak on this? Okay. So with that, 7:13, we'll close public comment. What
I
is
move
council?
approval.
Motion by Bullen, seconded by Colleton. Councilmember Bullen?
Aye.
Councilmember Colleton?
Right.
Councilmember Lang?
Aye.
Councilmember Lasson?
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder?
Aye.
Motion passes.
So item 6A, adopt resolution number 2026-29, resolution Town Council, Town of Paradise.
You weren't here. They called your name.
Calling and giving notice for the hearing of the general municipal election to be held on November 3rd. Melanie, is this?
Yes, so we have 3 resolutions before council tonight. The first is to call and give notice for the holding of the general election on November 3rd of this year. The second is to request from the Board of Supervisors to consolidate that election. And then the third is to adopt regulations for the candidate statements. That would require candidates to deposit $450 if they would like a statement of qualifications included in the sample ballot.
Great. Questions for Melanie?
This is standard stuff we do every time.
Standard stuff.
Yep. No cards?
Any cards?
I have no cards on this item.
I move approval.
I second.
Motion by Bullen, seconded by Lasson. Councilmember Bullen?
Aye.
Councilmember Colleton?
Aye.
Councilmember Lang?
Aye.
Councilmember Lasson?
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder?
Aye.
Motion passes.
6B, consider approving the employment agreement with Jennifer McCarthy for the town manager position. Crystal?
Hi, good evening. Mayor Crowder, Vice Mayor Colleton, Council. It's very exciting to be standing in front of you tonight to bring forward this request to approve the employment contract for Jennifer McCarthy. And before I start, I also wanted to thank Mike O'Brien for his steadfast leadership during the interim period. Thank you on behalf of myself and staff. And so this item is not a surprise. We've been working through this for months and months. The position of town manager became open in August of 2025. An internal candidate was appointing to the acting town manager until our interim joined us in August. We decided to do an internal recruitment process. That was the pleasure of the council. And so with that, we had the recruitment subcommittee, we had the multiple interview panel process, and then ultimately the full council was able to identify a wonderful top candidate. So the structured and well-coordinated recruitment process has resulted in the selection of our highly qualified next town manager, Jen McCarthy, and she is here tonight for introductions in the event that this motion goes forward. Any questions, comments?
Questions?
Does she still want it? Sorry, I just asked.
Jennifer, would you like to come up?
Good evening, Mayor Crowder, Vice Mayor Colleton, and council members. Short answer is yes, I do still want it. So, in fact, thank you for entrusting me with the position of town manager for the town of Paradise. I really look forward to working with all of you, your dedicated staff, your community members, and your community stakeholders as well. Given the terrible devastation that your community has gone through, you're faced with an amazing set of circumstances, amazing set of challenges, but also an amazing set of opportunities. And I think we've really seen this town come together, at least as an outsider looking in, I've seen this town really come together with pride to work towards those next steps. And so I do not take this responsibility lightly, and I look forward to working with all of you to really help move this community forward. And I look forward to seeing y'all on Monday. Any questions for me?
Well, I want to welcome you and thank you. And I'm speaking myself, I'm really looking forward to working with you, and I'm sure everybody else up here is too. But welcome, and we'll be as big a help for you as we can, even Woody.
I had the pleasure of having coffee with you the other day, and I asked to meet with you ahead of time because I wanted to warn you about me. And what I can say is that other than through the interview process and how you responded to all of our different questions, I'm extremely, and what the community needs to know, this is a really wonderful person here who has incredible skills. And, I'm just, you're a real genuine human being, and I appreciate you taking the job, and I won't be as difficult as they'll tell you I am.
Thank you.
Hold on to that.
Okay, I'm a politician, I lie.
This is being recorded, right?
I'll go back and look at the tape in a few
Yeah.
months. Is that how that works? Thank
Remember
you for your
that.
faith in me. I appreciate that. Yeah. Well, I look forward to working with you.
Thank you. We're glad you're here. Welcome.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could, just one, yeah, just one, that applause will be well-deserved here, but I just one matter of business, I want to make sure. The government code does require that positions for like the town manager, for executive level positions, that they be posted in the regular session agenda on open session, that the contract be included with the regular posting. We have complied in all material respects, and this does require a motion, a second, and an affirmative vote of the council.
I move approval.
I second.
Motion by Colleton, second by Lang. Councilmember Bullen?
Aye.
Councilmember Colleton? Councilmember Lang?
Aye.
Councilmember Lasson?
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
6C, consider authorizing an extension of public safety recruitment incentives. Chief?
All right, good evening again. So every 2 years, I come back up here to ask you guys to approve extending our recruitment incentives. And so this program is for incentivizing new hires for dispatch positions, police officers, and to support our recruits that we sponsor through the Butte Law Enforcement Academy. We have been very successful since this program has been in place, and I think has been a big contributor for us attracting the great people that we have. And so the time has come that we're back up here to ask you to approve extending that for another 2 years. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
How's the retention been with this program?
The retention's been great.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
We've had some retirements, and we can't prevent the injuries, but beyond that, the folks that have joined our team in the last several years are going very strong.
Good. Good.
So if this is approved, do you feel like you're competitive with the other departments nearby that are trying to attract the same folks?
I would say so. It's very reasonable.
Okay.
When we do this, do they have any commitment to stay with us for a period of time?
They do sign a 3-year commitment.
Okay, cool, yeah. Good deal. Well, let's approve it.
And I'll tell you, Chief, your selections have really been very wonderful. I've had a lot of opportunity to spend with a lot of time with a lot of these officers, and we got a great department. And it does start at the top, and we appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate that. And as I mentioned Monday to you, I'd rather be lucky than good any day. And so I feel like there's been some luck there.
We got some good people.
We do.
It's always good to be both.
Although the other day I was somewhere and suddenly 3 of them, lights and siren, full speed, heading up Pearson. And when I came in to see you the other day, and they had just come back, and I said, "So where'd you guys go in a hurry? What happened?" "Oh, there was a fire, a little small grass fire right next to Fire Station 82." And they said, "We got to use our fire extinguishers." So, but they're not fire.
They like to get it out before the firemen can even get their turnouts on. So.
I move approval.
Second.
Motion by Bullen, seconded by Colleton. Councilmember Bullen?
Aye.
Councilmember Colleton?
Aye.
Councilmember Lang?
Aye.
Councilmember Lasson?
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thanks, Chief.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. Appreciate the
Good job.
support.
So 6D, discuss changes to the Oh,
D.
sorry. We're gonna go back to item 4 and give the gentleman that wasn't in the room an opportunity to speak.
So we're going back to open session?
Yes.
And then we'll go back.
Well, bought your pickles, they were wonderful at the fair. I only wish I bought more.
And use the microphone, please.
Okay. And anyway, I'm here because I care about the voiceless, which are the animals, whether it's the domesticated pets or the wild deer. Does anybody here in the council member adore or love those? If you do, raise your hand.
Well, of course.
I got 1, 2,
Yeah, of course.
3. You do? So, okay. But anyway, since I moved here 2 years ago, I was lucky enough to land into a couple of good radio stations, and I like to listen and learn. I don't listen to or watch a lot of TV, and I haven't bothered to hook up my TV since I've been here because I was too preoccupied with a number of other problems. But what I noticed from seeing the dead deer being hauled away is that they're probably eating the acorns that fall on the other side of the neighboring property. Where I live, I have a view of a nice oak tree, and the deer feed on the acorns. And anywhere you see the acorns, you're going to be seeing the deer eating them. That's a very high protein source. However, I noticed the people that have somebody spraying on that lot would spray over those acorns, and all those acorns would be eaten up. And then when I put 2 and 2 together, after hearing Dr. Howard Garrett speak on the radio 3 times out of Texas. He's the inventor of Garrett Juice. He's out of one of the universities in Texas. You can Google him and find all this information is true. And he mentioned that the glyphosate problem in Texas is one of the worst things because it's so painful for the deer that it's the most painful death an animal can go through, and it's slow. And the reason is once they grab one of those acorn kernels that's already been bitten in half, it gets sprayed again because the guy's trying to spray the weeds, but that little bit of trace gets on his mucous membranes, it gets ingested, and that wreaks havoc on his stomach biome. They have 6 or 7 chambers to digest the foliage that they eat, and what happens is it won't digest, it stays there. They want to eat more to make it pass. It gets bigger and bigger until it puts pressure on their neighboring organs. And it's a horrible pain, is what Dr. Howard Garrett said. So if we could outlaw the spraying of glyphosate within 100 feet of the oak trees, we'd be saving these deer. We'd be saving our animal control officers time. They wouldn't have to be hauling up these dead deer for that instance. I'm sorry I went over my time, but it was emotional for me. I witnessed the guy spraying this year on February 4th. I went down and contacted the guy spraying, and he contacted his boss, Jay, the guy that owns the property, and I told him, hey, I told him everything I told you. I said, I believe in this strongly. I'll weed whack your property for free. I did it. I spent 3 batteries worth, and today he knocked on my door saying,
We need to move on.
okay. But anyway, maybe we can pass that. I'm sorry I went on too long.
Thank you. I'm sorry? Yes.
Mr. Mayor, the next item is about the TOT funds. And since I am employed and on the board of the Paradise Performing Arts Center, which is a recipient of those funds in the past, I will recuse myself from this item.
Okay, item 6D, discuss changes to the TOT Community Reinvestment Program for the 26-27 fiscal year. Colette?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a follow-up to our last meeting in which Council gave direction to make some changes to the existing TOT Community Reinvestment Program. The changes were relatively minor, so the Council directed to maintain the program similarly to it has been run over the past 3 years. So as a reminder, previously this program allocated $100,000 of TOT funding to go towards community groups. A portion of that went to the Chamber of Commerce, and the remaining went to other community groups that promoted tourism. And that was, those agencies had to give us information about what they were going to be spending those funds on, and then reporting back to Council. So that was a 3-year program that is concluding this fiscal year. So at Council's direction, I brought back some changes to that program. There was some discussion, and I know there were some differing ideas and opinions on that, so I brought back an option to consider. If there, of course, are any changes in this that you have changed your mind since the last meeting, or this, there's different consensus, or I misunderstood what was said, we certainly still have plenty of time to make changes to this program, as the notice of intent period does not begin until August 3rd. So to recap in this again, the guidelines are in your agenda packet tonight. But this program would have an annual budget of $140,000, which is our projected TOT funding revenue for the next fiscal year. $70,000 would be distributed directly to the Paradise Ridge Chamber of Commerce. Again, they do need to provide a document showing what they intend to do with those funds and then report on it at the end. But that would be their official allocation. And then the remaining $70,000 would be distributed amongst other organizations who apply for the funds and who meet the minimum eligibility requirements, which are they are located in the town of Paradise, they are a nonprofit organization, and they are able to provide financial statements and an operating budget for the allocation. Then that allocation of $70,000 would be made as an apportionment of their operating budget as a percentage. That is how it was done in the past as well. As I mentioned, the notice of intent period would be in August, and then we would make those announcements and send the funds out to those organizations. And the program would be reviewed after 1 year. That was discussed as well, rather than 3 years. So those really were the changes. The biggest changes were the amount of the total, which is instead of $100,000, $140,000. The differences in the amounts for the chamber and the other organizations, and that economic development would also need to be one of the core tenets of the agencies that are applying for these funds. So not only tourism, but also economic development. And then the program would be 1 year rather than 3 years. And so if there's any questions or council discussion, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have and make any changes that you'd like to see.
I'd like to make one suggestion. I believe that Councilperson Lang and Councilperson Lasan also saw the presentation by the Chamber of what they're doing now, which is, I wish that we could get it here and let staff and the public see it. It's a great presentation. It's working. It's bringing people to the Ridge. I know last year they had some help from North Valley Community Foundation, which they're not going to get this year. So in order, I think it's essential that we keep this program running and help them do so. So to do that, I'm proposing that we change the dollar amount to the chamber for $100,000 and the rest distribute the other way. We can also, I think the Arts Commission, the Arts can also work with the Chamber on this because I think this is benefiting them too. And I think that, I think that's the best, is this serving the entire community and including the arts community and what have you. And again, with the understanding, like we did last year, for the people that apply, we have to have audited financial statements. And so that's my suggestion.
Yeah, I would concur with the mayor's suggestion in that I too viewed it, and the fact that we changed a little bit of the tone of this to more economic development, I feel that what the chamber has put out and will continue to put out definitely scratches that particular itch. It really does focus in on bringing people and businesses and all that. It's multi-purpose, multi-factored, and I think it's well worth the investment. Again, that's what I talked about 3 years ago. I wanted a return on investment. I wanted to see if we're spending taxpayers' funds, and these are taxpayers that are paying a tax to us, that we need to invest it wisely. And so I would concur with them. The one question I would ask is, what if we don't get the 140? Do we still pay that full amount out? Do we prorate the amount? How does that work?
That's a really important question. And I neglected to mention this in this presentation, but we did talk about this last time. When we started this program now 4 years ago, or for the 3-year program, we were receiving about $200,000 in TOT funds per year. That has gone down from that period of time, and so our projection for next year is $140,000. Again, it is just a projection. Your question is important because we receive TOT funds throughout the year and at the end of the year. So we will not know what our actuals are until the end of this fiscal year. Whereas we will be paying this out through our budget at the beginning of this year. So our notice of intent period is in August. We would intend to pay those very shortly after that in the month of September. So we would be paying those out prior to knowing what our actuals are. So that is something for council to consider as well. That is how we ran the program for the last 3 years. Of course, it was 3 years, so we could have addressed that. And also, we never did get to that point where we were taking in less TOT revenue than we were expending. However, in this case, it's possible since we are looking to expend all of it.
Right, last time we had another 100,000 cushion.
Correct.
That we could take out of, so yeah, okay.
But we have some history.
Yes, we do.
We do, yeah.
So you feel comfortable with the 140?
Yes, that I worked with our finance director on that number, and that is the projection for next year. I know they tend to, be conservative in their projections.
Sure.
So, and of course, we hope that our efforts will increase that. It is it's my opinion that at that 200,000 level, it was a little bit inflated because of some workforce that was utilizing hotels for overnight stays rather than true overnight stays in hotels as we normally would see. And now that the housing situation has improved, we are seeing less of those types of stays, and that's why it's changed. But we're not sure yet if this is kind of our baseline or not. We're just not sure yet. We're still watching that.
I would agree with Mayor Crowder's recommendation and Councilman Lassonde. I think that the chamber has demonstrated, championing this effort with economic development, and this program certainly has produced already measurable results, and with increases already just in recent months. So I would absolutely support that. And I also wanted to add, maybe reviewing this after 1 year would also mitigate or keep pace with any fluctuations of our TOT funds rather than waiting for 3 years.
I'm good. Make a motion.
I have a card on this item.
Oh.
Monica Nolan?
Good evening, Mayor Crowder, council, community members, town staff. Thank you so much for this vote of confidence with your suggestions, Steve. I very much appreciate it. And I also appreciate those of you who were able to take the time to view our presentation. I did send out an email to our 4,200 or so email list today with a full review of that program, and we are happy and proud to show that to absolutely anyone who wants to see it. Our goal is to put not just heads in beds, but roofs over those heads right here in beautiful Paradise. And we have seen measurable success, and the Chamber has been doing this since day one, since early in the last century. We have been selling Paradise and our fantastic lifestyle here. There's not much more I can say that I haven't already said, except I'm very pleased about how this is fitting into the town's entire agenda right now with economic development, because we have an excellent story to tell about residential. We are still finding our way with business and with some of the infrastructure issues that aren't quite sorted out. But we have excellent schools, fantastic parks, thriving art scene, and the Chamber is embracing all of those and lifting those up with all of the work that it does. We're very proud to continue that. To make everyone feel entirely comfortable with this, I would say that the question should not be whether we can afford to continue this work, but whether we can afford not to. Thank you very much.
And Monica,
Thank you, Monica.
I got to say, I remember, in fact, I believe I was on your board at the time, across the street, when you were acting as a Visitors Bureau as well, with no compensation from the town. And you did an amazing job there, and, you've just taken it to the next level, so thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other cards on this item.
I would like to make a motion to approve with Steve's recommendations.
I'll second it.
So to clarify the recommendations, that would be the annual budget of 140 with the chamber distribution of 100,000, and then the remainder of the 40,000 that we're projecting to be divided based on the applicants and the operating budgets.
Yes, and to be reviewed after 1 year.
Yes. Okay. Motion by Lang, seconded by Lasson. Councilmember Bowen.
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton is absent. Councilmember Lang.
Aye.
Councilmember Lasson.
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, 6E, consider reviewing the findings for implementation for downtown Paradise planning. Colette.
Good evening, again, Mayor and Council. This item has been an ongoing effort that the Town Council directed, about a year ago now, and there have been several phases of this downtown effort. Of course, it began with a moratorium for residential building in the downtown area to ensure that the vision that was initially encapsulated in the long-term recovery plan in 2019 was really that we were set up structurally to achieve that. And so through that effort, we are now on what we call phase 3 of our downtown strategy. And as you know, Council contracted with UDA, Urban Design Associates, to come up with some implementation strategies for what we were seeing in the downtown. So we went through an effort with a working group, and we got some input, and have a report here for you with some really specific implementation ideas for you to move forward with. And to go through that in detail, we have Barry Long from UDA to present that.
Thanks for coming.
Hey, it's always my pleasure. Are we good, Clyde? Can you hear me? We do have a short slide deck tonight, and this is maybe more. No, I promise. It's going to go 4 hours, Woody.
4 hours? Boy, Barry, you get paid by the hour, right?
This is actually probably the shortest presentation I've done here, but, okay, we're good. So, well, thank you, Colette, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Wonderful to be back, and I haven't seen you for a month, as we had our meetings about a month ago. But for the record, I'm still Barry Long, a managing principal with UDA, fortunately. They've kept me on. So if you want to go to the next one, I guess I don't have a clicker. I can just say next if you want me to. There's only like 12 slides. Yeah, I don't trust myself either. So this agenda item covers receiving findings and recommendations, which is important. That word receiving related to vetting infill revitalization opportunities in the downtown. You're not being asked to take action tonight. Colette went over the context, the moratorium, then we had a market study done, which was beneficial, studied design concepts, changes were made to the zoning. And then, I think, if I recall correctly, led by Councilmember Lasson, Council asked for more information on how to turn aspirations into implementation projects, and this led to where we are tonight, this discussion. Next. So, cutting to the chase, the main conclusion is that downtown revitalization at a critical mass, and that's not saying nothing is going to happen, but at a critical mass, is unlikely to happen organically. To overcome financial gaps and accelerate growth, the town's going to need to take a proactive approach. That's a very broadly defined statement, and it doesn't mean particularly one thing or another, but you have a lot of options. They could include adopting a formal framework for developer incentives. The town should also consider, we believe, hiring a dedicated economic development coordinator. I don't think that's new news. But I think if you just think of this broadly, to get things going at scale for economic development here, you're going to have to grease the skids. But the town shouldn't and doesn't have to do everything. But we are going to have to grease the skids. And that's just at a high level, but we have supporting information that I'm going to go through. Next. Yeah. So what was the process? We formed a working committee, which included key staff members, 2 council members that you appointed, and representatives affiliated with the business community, including Monica, and the local development community. And we want to thank council members Lang and Lassonde for the time that they put into it. Ron actually let me chauffeur him around for 12 hours one day as part of our precedent tours. He trusted me as the chauffeur, so appreciate that. And we also appreciate staff's help. So that was the first thing. We formed a working group and we met at least 4 times. We created a property inventory. It's in the appendices, and this whole report, which we ended up doing, is part of your council packet. We created a property inventory for use by the working group. The working group said, hey, it would be great to have a property inventory of downtown for our consideration or understanding. So we did that. And we think it's an example of something the town probably could and should track in the future. It was interesting to look at the disposition of properties in the downtown. It was helpful for the working group. We also did precedent tours and met with operators to learn about their successes and challenges. We compiled a list of potential town incentives. The entire memo is in the appendices of the report. And we facilitated a developer roundtable that was led by Councilmember Lang, put that together. We appreciate that, to hear their views. And a high-level summary of that process is included in the report. So the first section of the report is the process that we went through, and both Councilmember Lassonde and Lang were present for the process and got the updates in those meetings. So next is findings and recommendations, and these are really the supporting arguments that support what I said in the beginning about what we think the answer is, why the skids need to be greased. So what are our findings based on? The vetting process confirmed that one reason for the slow investment is a significant funding gap, given projected retail demand, available development sites, and the financial complexities of commercial development. There's also an implementation gap where the cost of new ground-up construction exceeds available market rents, making public assistance or alternative strategies necessary. Many towns have addressed similar gaps by proposing adaptive reuse and pop-up installations, such as food parks, as more immediate, affordable ways to initially activate vacant lands. And Phoenix, Oregon, which is a city, but it's a much smaller city actually than Paradise, even though it's a city and you're a town. Things are smaller in Oregon. After the Memorial Day fires in 2020, they actually did stand up it's called the Foodery, which is a play on their city's name, as one of their initial projects. It was a P3 project, but the city was a participant in that. The analysis also explores town-centric projects, including civic buildings and public spaces, emphasizing the need for grants and private partnership. So we don't put it all on the Pro Fund. We are sensitive, having been here for a long time, about the use of the Pro Fund. And while projections demonstrate long-term potential, near-term retail demand remains limited, reinforcing the need for phased and incremental development approaches. Next. So in the near term, we know that council has not yet established a preferred level of participation in private development, and we're not going to do that tonight either. You're receiving information. And the findings in the report are intended to inform that future policy discussion rather than assume a specific role. It has to be led by and driven by council. In the near term, strategies that require lower levels of public investment can be implemented incrementally and may provide the most practical approach forward. And for discussion purposes, as our slide says, the town's potential role in downtown development can be generally understood as a facilitator and/or a partner and/or a lead participant at your discretion. Next. So we studied 3 project types, and this goes back to what we had looked at originally. We had tied the original study that we had done, which was more like what kind of things could be done in downtown and what would folks like to see. Limited sample size. The project that we're currently working on, the long-term update, is going to have deeper grassroots community engagement, and I'm sure we'll be revisiting some of the community input. But market rate infill is one type, so we're building a new building. We looked at that. Adaptive reuse and/or pop-up uses was the second typology, and then what we call town-centric uses, which would be civic or institutional uses. And those are 3 pretty broad categories which kind of create an umbrella over the kind of things that you would want to do. But what we did for this study is we made it agnostic. We didn't tie it to a particular site. The council members know. We talked about things generically, and it doesn't necessarily have to be right in the downtown core, some of these things too. I think it could bleed out. It's more about where's the best opportunity. And for each of these 3 typologies, we identified, I'm not going to get into the detail of this in this presentation, for this and for the 3 project type studied, we did a lead, we did a cost estimate looking at hard and soft costs, we did return on investment, funding sources, typical property ownership gap analysis, and options to accelerate. And honestly, I wrote it down for myself because the first time we wrote this up, we included net operating income, triple net leases, debt to equity ratios. And I'm like, there's no way that we're going to make this understandable if we don't put it in plain English. So we tried in the report to go back and write it in plain English. So getting into that first typology, which is the market rate infill, including typically land purchase, building and site design, permitting, construction, and then leasing to a market rate tenant. It's a pretty typical deal. So what we want to focus on for you tonight is the gap analysis, what makes that challenging. So focusing on the gap analysis, the market here faces 2 main constraints. We were talking about one earlier. The first is generally limited to local businesses until the draw area again reaches about 25,000 and vehicle counts hit about 18 to 25,000. But when you look at your numbers, you don't just look at Paradise. You look at Paradise, Magalia, and what Paradise serves. Paradise is the town center for a larger draw area. So with Megalia's population and what Councilmember Lassonde quoted earlier, you're north of 18,000, my math. And I think it's probably a little bit higher than that too, honestly. But what we do know on the traffic counts is you have all this new infrastructure and people like to get out and drive on the new streets. So I think the car counts are relatively high too. And also the fact that your commercial districts are spread out, people are driving by the uses. There's a ton of traffic on Skyway. But what that threshold is where you can attract regional and national tenants. Like you already have Starbucks would be an example up here. They're established. It's like a tree rooted. Once it's rooted and gets established, it's easier to keep. But for a draw, as we have more rooftops come, which is why that's important to keep having rooftops, next you'll get the regionals and then the nationals will come back because your population before met that criteria. The second gap between current development costs and achievable rents makes new commercial development financially infeasible at market rates without public assistance. And Councilmember Crowder, having lost a building in a business, has explained this to me personally, I think at least 3 times, Stephen. He understands this as well as anybody. So we provided an example, just a real world example in the report, where new space would need a rent of about $28 a square foot to achieve the same rate of return as the antique mall, which is pending or is just sold, renting for $5 a square foot. So in other words, they can rent it at 5 and make the same margin as a new building would be at 10. And if you go down the hill, there's new space being leased at the foot of the hill for $27 a square foot it's being listed for. So that number is, we believe that number is a pretty good number, but we actually ran the numbers on construction and those other things I talked about to figure that out. So it makes new construction challenging. But in the report, we did list a series of recommendations, and we'll get to them in a few minutes about how to accelerate that. So it's not that it's not feasible, but that one might need a little more grease on the skids than the other ones. So the second thing we looked at was the adaptive reuse and pop-up. And 24/7 Fitness opening in the feed store kind of validates the adaptive reuse margins work today. That's right in your core downtown. And it's a great use. Yes, they were a business that was already here, but it seems like a good marriage, that space and that use. So the adaptive reuse numbers work. And if the Antique Mall sold for what it was listed for, they could do about $5 rents if you look at the margins at 8%. And I'm not going to say, I know nothing about what their intent is, God knows, but I'm just saying. That's a very affordable rent. Creating any kind of a pop-up would require support from town council. You need to find the right location, find an operator, and likely do some type of a P3 partnership. It doesn't necessarily require acquisition. And Mayor Crowder, or Vice Mayor, not Crowder, Culleton, will have questions about acquisition, and he has my cell phone number, so he can call me and we can talk about that more. But this type of project, it's just unlikely to happen organically because return on investment takes a little while to get going, and this is explained in the report. However, the cost of standing it up, a food park with or without a market hall or event space, is a fraction of the investment required for bricks and mortar construction, so it makes the leases much more affordable. And that one's one where you could potentially get an early activation use. The final type, town-centric. So ideas such as creating a small dog park, developing shared parking for future downtown businesses, acquiring more land for future civic building or a new town hall, or some combination of these were considered. These and related possibilities fall under this broad category. We call it town-centric. We made up that term because we just think it describes what we're talking about, and institutional is kind of a cold term. But the gap for something like a dog park or the existing town property at the top of Fir, turning that into a use like a small dog park or the Gateway Arch, cost for those kind of things would be minimal. But we want to be clear that external sources of funding would be needed for any mid to large scale undertakings, such as additional land assembly or building a big town park or town facilities. We would need outside funding. And again, if we go back to Phoenix, they got a grant to build a new, basically a new town hall after the fire. Hopefully at some point we'll get to, Mayor Crowder has a relationship with the mayor up there. And hopefully Steve will get him to come down and give a presentation. He offered to come down and to meet with all of you, tour Paradise, and do a presentation. But he is, I put the term in the report that he used. He's very busy.
He also, at least to me, offered to, he's got a builder that did a lot of work that he would try to get to come down to, and I think that'd be wonderful.
Exactly. So this is a follow-up thing that I think that we should continue to push for, because he wanted to meet with you rather than having us go up there, even though I offered to drive. Okay, so wrapping things up. So recommendations, and this would be implementation in 3 months to 1 year, developing economic goals and supporting policies. Meeting with each of you individually, you have a top objective of broadening the commercial tax base. You all do. We need it for the future sustainability of Paradise. We can't just live on the residential tax base. Developing supporting goals and policies are going to help broaden the foundation to support that big idea. And it needs to be a little bit more detailed. Doing a broader funding gap scenario, testing for potential industry structures, and this is going to look at potential industry clusters and project types throughout all commercial areas, not just the downtown. And then creating an economic development strategy, which we think syncs up well with the new town manager being hired, based on the goals and supporting policies. And that's going to integrate target industry analysis, business retention and attraction program, incentives policy, and a place identity for Paradise into a unified implementation framework. We also, on the recommendations, are recommending to offer or consider offering develop or incentives as discussed in that memo. hire a fuller part-time economic development coordinator. This role would be to write grants, act as a concierge, is our term for prospective businesses, and improve Paradise reputation as a business-friendly community. And I'll get back to that in a minute. And then identify potential outside public and private funding sources and create a marketing brochure. So the good news about all of this is, as noted in the report, virtually all of these recommendations are currently advancing as part of the long-term recovery plan update project and will include counselors' further input, but not additional funds or studies. You don't have to commission another funder study, and we've front-loaded it so that it would be done within the next 2 months, early July. 4 of you had an opportunity to meet one-on-one with Molly McKay, who's a public finance expert. That's who we added to our team to beef things up. And she will be meeting with you again and working with a new town manager and staff. I have to say, on the economic development coordinator, though, that's completely at your discretion. But the idea of this concierge, not every dream is a business. So, I understand some dreams aren't actionable, but anybody who wants to try to do something deserves that red carpet treatment, and we just don't really have the connection from a dream and testing it to see if it's implementable, and we need somebody to be able to do that. But that position should pay for itself, and if it doesn't, that position is not doing what it's supposed to do. And it doesn't have to be a staff position, it could be outside too, but we do support that. So under next steps, and these last things are practical actions the town can take in the next 3 to 18 months with limited investment and the current staffing. Advancing a pilot downtown activation project. Again, that could be in a variety of P3 ways. We don't want to say exactly how that has to be done. Establishing the economic development position, developing a targeted incentives framework, and adopting an incentives program and producing and circulating the marketing materials. We should have the marketing brochure done at the end of August. Our target for that is Labor Day. We're going to try to get the economic development piece done by July. We have a fire piece with John Messina we're working on in July, and then August is the marketing brochure. So that's how the summer is going to lay out. And, oh, sorry, I had a conclusion. Jeez. So again, downtown revitalization at critical mass, we believe is, after this study, is unlikely to happen organically. To overcome the financial gaps and accelerate growth, the town's going to need to take a proactive role, which is 100% at your discretion. And our final thought is that we really need to work to keep Paradise's dollars in Paradise and get some of the leakage flowing up the hill instead of down the hill. And as Monica said, you guys have a lot of positives up here, and we need to tell a really good story and market that. So, thank you. And I'm happy to answer questions if you do have questions.
Great.
Questions for Barry?
I don't have any questions, but I just want to thank you, Barry, for all of your efforts, and specifically your efforts to understand our community and our culture and where we're at and where we want to go. I really do appreciate that. Your guys' relationship at UDA is important.
No, I appreciate that.
Well, this is our, third go-around? I mean, you were...
Yeah, I think so.
Right after the fire, we first met you, and
yeah,
it's... every experience has been a pleasant experience. You've always done a good job, and we appreciate it.
There were no green and red or yellow, green and red dots this time.
Probably not Woody unless you want them.
That
I can bring you some.
I'm not very schooled in economic development and all that. But, and I appreciate your presentation, and I know what kind of good work your company does, and appreciate that. There's a couple of things that, and this is where I'm the naysayer. Like, these are some really good ideas, and like, let's make a brochure, and let's invite people to come and invest here and do stuff. We have people here, businesses that have been here since right after the fire, that have lost substantial business because of the road work. And that's going to go on for more years. The sewer project, all the other stuff. And they aren't even done with the current roadwork stuff, you know. And looking at a thing recently, it's going to be till 2029. I'm not saying none of this should be done. I'm just saying, boy, it's really hard to invite people to come and be when there's all these challenges that still go on. And the other thing is, yes, we have an opportunity to be something new since the fire wiped everything out. But we're a little mountain community. We've always been a bedroom community. We're not on a state highway. We don't have, you know, like there's somebody in there, in the Fuller report, you mentioned working with the Indian tribe, and let's put a casino in. Okay, let's do that. you know?
That was mentioned. I documented that. I did not say,
but I mean,
that's not.
You know, I mean, there's some real, I mean.
It was
I like to look at things
suggested.
I don't mean to be negative, but I like to look at things in a real practical way.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people in the audience here tonight that their businesses have been almost shut down because of road construction. You know, this is going to go on for another few years with what else we have planned. And so, I don't know. I mean, it's.
Well, I think that to that point, one of the things, the economic development strategy we're working on is not within the confines of what we looked at here, the downtown. We're looking at something that's at the scale of your general plan update, your commercial corridors, because we're not going to support the tax base in the core downtown alone. It needs to be bigger. There's other industries that you're going to need to bring in, and there's, in fact, you're looking at it in your zoning ordinance now, there's uses up here where business has gone that aren't even permitted that will be. And I think another important thing is the demographic here is really changing rapidly to a much younger demographic, young families. And we've talked, not with Heidi, but some of us that were close to retirement. You know, we're not the way that we socialize and behave is different than young families. And I think that's it's always been, I think, a challenge up here, but it's still a challenge for the families, like what's the best opportunities to network and what type of uses do they need to support them. But the community has such interesting metrics that are just different than other places. Your housing is almost all brand new, which is unusual. It's still relatively affordable. It's safe up here. You have wonderful schools. So yes, there are, and I think living in it's difficult. You're living still in a construction site, which is on the negative side of the scale, but you have an awful lot on the positive side of the scale that still makes Paradise really wonderful. And I think folks that have come here realize that. That's what they tell us. They love it here. And if you live here long enough, Greg, right, you don't see it. The construction, especially if you're in construction.
And Paradise is unique, and Paradise needs to have its own flavor, and no offense, but we need to be something that Chico can't be.
Exactly.
No offense.
Yeah, and I agree with Woody about that, too.
Thing is, you know, and I bring this up a lot on some of the different projects. I was on the council from 2004 to 2016. Around between 2008, that's when we had a redevelopment. We started going broke, you know. I was on the council when we were on the cusp of insolvency. We had 26,000 people living here. We had a hospital. We had all these empty lots, had commercial buildings on them and had businesses in them. The majority of a lot of things were offices, dentist offices, real estate offices, which don't, other than tax base, they don't bring any revenue. Right. There's no sales tax associated with those. So, I mean, that's all part of economic development. Let's not build more office spaces. Let's build more restaurants or more boutiques or whatever, you know.
And that's what Molly McKay
But I mean, that was
going to be
reality.
looking at.
And like, so why we magically
strategy.
think in 2026 that, oh, we're going to build a sewer and in the future everything is going to be, I don't, you know, we had everything and we barely could survive.
Yeah.
We did survive, but it's because of the uniqueness of this community and the spirit and why people live in the hill here, you know, and that's, other than the schools, that's our biggest draw, you know. So anyway, I'll shut up.
And Steve knows I went to Nevada. I took time out. On my own time, I went up to Nevada City and Grass Valley because you talked about it enough. I had to go see what you were talking about. And those are different places, too. Those aren't Paradise either.
Totally different.
Totally different.
And I do have to say one thing, Barry. I'm not sure this was quite necessary as you were going, you know, a lot of you were close to retirement, except for Heidi. I mean, thanks, Barry, we appreciate that.
I appreciate
Hey,
it.
I'm
that
putting
comment.
myself in the same camp.
Do we have
Maybe you guys are going to keep going. I don't know about, I'm not signing up forever, but if you guys want to go forever, Woody is an inspiration. You are. Maybe we're the same age, I don't know.
Don't get Woody going again. Do
No,
we have
okay,
cards?
sorry.
Do we have-
Any other questions for Barry?
We'll be back. We'll be back. This is not, tonight was, yeah, tonight, yeah, we'll be back, and tonight was receiving this information, not taking action.
Cards, Melanie?
Yes, the first card is Fred Abler.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Barry.
Barry.
Good seeing you.
Fred Abler again. I am retired. And I wanted to talk to you about a couple things that are just frames of mind. Where is this mythical downtown? Everybody talks about the downtown. And it too is in flux. I can tell you if the sewer pond is, 5 miles down Clark Road, the downtown's going to be on Clark Road somewhere. We won't be able to afford to get connected to the sewer if that's where it is. And you know what? I'm fine with that. I'm not about rebuild Paradise, Paradise Ridge Strong. This locked-in mentality is preventing us from accepting the reality, which is brutal, which is nobody in the United States has ever built a new town before. And that's what is going on here. You're building a new town. This, as Woody's saying, the old one wasn't that great, it wasn't that profitable, it wasn't really making it, and this romantic idea, we're building, a new rebuilding. We're not rebuilding, we're building something completely new, which is outside the scope of the expertise and experience of all of us. And to that point, I think there is a new downtown. There is a downtown, it's about 600 yards that way. It's 5 acres that were put together by Safeway. It's 7.63 acres. It had a total net rentable retail space, 55,000 square feet, had a full-on gas pad, and its own septic system. And you guys approved this, not you guys, but some of you. Woody was still here. Yeah, Woody approved it. And then 7 weeks later, the fire came. But my question to you is, if it was good enough for Safeway, and the EIR is still active, as it says on the town website, why don't you take the easy win? And to Barry's point, you're going to have to get involved. You're going to have to put skin in the game. You're going to have to be the shoehorn for business. So what I can say here in the last 40 seconds, and I have this a brief AI model here I'll share with the council, but you could buy that property for about $80,000 an acre, and a quick AI model says you could downscope it to 25,000, what I'm calling black olive markets. These are net-ready, rentable spaces for people who want to start a business in this town. And you'd have the gas pad, which the rents for the gas station, which would essentially float a lot of the overhead, the OpEx on that property. And if we get the sewer, when we get the sewer, then we save money on the development costs there. So I call it black olive markets. I'll leave this with whoever I should leave this with. I'd like you to seriously consider it, not a public-private partnership. Just get the money and do it, okay? And yes, it's not where you want downtown, but it is a downtown there. Thanks.
Give it to her. Her, right there, right there.
Well, I can take it.
Welcome aboard.
I can take it.
John Ramaya?
You said you were done.
Yeah, I thought I was, but I saw the coloring book and
John's never done.
I'm getting close. Anyway, I look at this downtown thing, and then I look around here. I see Nikki, I see Amanda. Clark's have put more money into things in this town. The Palladium, Nikki basically remodeled a corner of downtown, Lofty. All these places, we need to support them. We don't need to, at our best dream, we're going to have 25,000, 26,000 population. And you can only support so many businesses. Let's build them up instead of trying to bring this outside stuff in that's just going to compete with them. And it scares me. Paddy Wagon probably has some of the best Philly cheesesteaks in the area. I told Janice, I said, park the trailer out back and build a little restaurant out front, then you don't have to spend $250,000 for a commercial kitchen. We need to support these people. When I see pop-ups, I see it diluting our local business. Those people, they take their trailers and they go home and they take their money wherever they go. We need to take care of the people that have been in this business, or in this town. And if they don't make it, what's left? A lot of businesses in the public service, food industry, they're barely hanging on. They're hanging on by a thread. And we need to do things for them priority. They've sat through the hard times with us. When there's a big event at the park, you go into Nikki's or you go into Cozy's, there aren't that many people there. On a nice evening when there's nothing going on, there's substantially more people. We just need to look at what's going on, where people are going, and what we have to work with. Thank you.
Adam Deep?
We'll go with Deppie.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Town Council. Thank you. I've been up here several times. I've been in this town quite a while, since '97. As we're looking at this development, I want to reiterate, what are we doing for who is here? Who is keeping this town going? What is the town doing to make it easy for people to open businesses? We do have pop-ups, like the farmer's market next door on Saturdays. Yeah, it might not be any income for you guys, but it's bringing people in, it's keeping money on the ridge that would be going down to Thursday night market down in Chico. But what are we doing as a town to make it easy for people to do this? We're trying to do it legal, but jumping through the hoops, multiple emails with Jesse trying to figure out what's got to get filled out, who I got to apply to, what the county's in charge of, what you guys want extra fees on that aren't required by the county. What is this process to make it easier for businesses to come up and do business? I listened to some of the stories from some of the business owners that have built and interview processes for what businesses want to go into these buildings. I realize we have to have some kind of oversight, but at what point that it becomes a length that a business isn't going to open now? So those are the kind of things that we kind of need to think about as we're continuing down this process. If we're going to start using our funds to try to drive people in, let's make it that economic place that someone can open the business without that huge overhead. So, thank you.
I would like to mention, this is a wonderful initiative for economic development in our community, but there are other initiatives that are happening as well. One of those is the Economic Development Committee that was established by council. We have met, I think 3 or 4 times. We're meeting again this week, and it's a very active committee. And the absolute first priority of that committee is to support existing businesses. So that was identified as the first priority, to listen to the businesses, to support them, and find ways to make sure that they are thriving. So there are multiple things that are happening now, and that is absolutely a priority of the committee, and that will be reported back to council very soon.
I just want to put on the record that Bobby's Boutique that Nikki owns, my wife supports that. We spend a lot of money there.
As does my wife.
As does
Yes.
Do we need a motion for anything here?
Yes, to accept the document as complete.
I move we accept it.
I second it.
Motion by Bolin, seconded by Lang. Councilmember Bolin?
Aye.
Councilmember Colleton?
Aye.
Councilmember Lang?
Aye.
Councilmember Lasson?
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder.
Aye.
Motion passes.
6E, approve committee changes. Colette, is this? I'm sorry, 6F, that's, okay. Approve committee changes. And approve conversion to standing committees. So,
Yep.
who was doing this? This is Mark, sorry.
Yep, I can take it from here. Thank you,
Okay.
Mayor Crowder. Good evening again, council. It's my pleasure to bring back this item. I believe we last spoke at the March meeting in open session, talking about responding to Councilmember Lang back in January, requesting that we really take a fresh look at our committees, the number of committees, review their purpose, streamline them as best as possible. And so tonight's presentation is a result of that work, including back in March when we asked this to be referred back to a new committee. And so, yes, we had a committee assessment committee that met once and accomplished a lot. So tonight, we're going to go ahead and review this item and the extensive list of recommendations and be done with it and move on. So with that, we've had a growing number of committees: economic development, healthcare, insurance, sewer, a lot of activity, a lot of places of different levels of involvement for really, really critical priorities of the town. So with that, some of these committees have completed their original intended purposes. Others now represent ongoing operational and policy functions. And now we have recommendations to improve clarity, consistency, accountability, and governance practices, and our overall goal to establish a clear reporting expectation and sunset review procedures as well. So tonight I'll talk about kind of 3 critical categories of recommendations. The first are committees recommended for sunset. These are committees, and according to the Brown Act, an ad hoc committee needs to have a purpose and a timeline. If you don't have a timeline for a reassessment of that ad hoc committee, it really needs to be a standing committee, publicly noticed, opportunities for public comment, and more frequent, regular meetings. And so with that, we have a couple that are recommended for sunset, one of which is the ad hoc committee that was called the Legislative Committee. This actually wasn't a committee. It was really instead a process to designate the primary and secondary representative of legislative issues, and that it was not a committee that actually met to take positions. That's really done by the full council. So our committee assessment committee determined that is one that we can sunset and continue the model for mayor and vice mayor as the primary and secondary as we move forward in that in legislative affairs. The on-site ad hoc committee, the purpose was complete, I believe, back in the early 2010s. Last time the LAMP, the local agency, or I'm sorry, area on-site manual. I'm sorry, the LAMP is close enough. Thank you. I'll take it. Gosh, I'm so sorry. So that's been complete. We had a committee. That's a good example. It was on our list. Even 10 years later, that purpose is complete. Now we can sunset it. Downtown Phase 3 Working Group, as of a couple of minutes ago, that committee has completed their work. And so we've just acknowledged their report, and the duties of carrying that forward is now established with the Economic Development Committee. We have a couple of committees recommended for renaming. One, the Building Committee, being renamed the Building Division Corrective Action Plan Ad Hoc Committee, has a multitude of purposes, one of which being identified earlier in the agenda tonight. And then also the Solid Waste Committee, transitioning to better understand. When I hear Solid Waste Committee, I need to know what that means. And for members of the public, we really do think the committee recommended a change to the NRWS, Northern Recycling Waste Services Franchise Agreement Committee. That is the name of that committee. It describes what it does. It meets with the franchisee and has a better label of what that work is.
Not as gushy, but it works.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Moving on, committees for conversion to improve transparency, public noticing, and continuity. The following committees are being recommended to move from an ad hoc, which is as needed, no public noticing, really can have a varying cadence and have a short-term purpose to a standing committee. And so that's going to have more public notices of an agenda of the meeting place and time, similar to our liaison committees for PID, PUSD, and PRPD. Those are standing committees that meet and share information between the two entities. So the recommendations for NRWS Franchise Agreement Committee to be converted to a standing committee without a minimum biannual meetings. There may be seasons that, based on the term of the franchise agreement, where we don't need to meet as frequently, but we'll have 2 meetings a year. But say there's a time where that needs to be looked at, or performance period is coming up, more meetings might need to be scheduled, and those would be publicly noticed. Economic Development Committee, these final 3 are very important community priorities that have a lot of input, and so those 3, economic development, insurance, and healthcare, are recommended to be converted to standing committees with noticing requirements, with a minimum of quarterly meetings, but as we heard, happening quite frequently, and so those are going to happen continually, but we'd like them to be at least quarterly. Moving on to governance of these committees, really now that we have an opportunity to refresh our whole inventory, sunset the ones, label the ones with better names describing what they do, we now have an inventory of purpose and scope, the members, the records responsibility, how often and when those durations for the sunset or for the ad hoc committees will be sunset and reviewed. And so we would like that new committees be established with these same items as they are created. So if there's a recommendation to the future, I'd like to create a committee on something else of public interest that we will like to identify, who's going to be responsible, including staff, initiating the meetings, scheduling them, what's the purpose, scope, how often are we going to meet, and what is the end goal of when that ad hoc committee should be sunset. So last item on the list of recommendations that came out of the Community Assessment Committee was for the purpose of increasing public awareness. Council would be requested to provide concise written updates, 2 to 3 bullet points, summarizing meaningful activities that benefit or inform the community on the committees that the council serves as a representative for external or items that committees that they went to, and provide those written updates. Those could also streamline our portion of the council meeting titled Item 7B, usually council reports on community representation, similar to how the campfire recovery updates are handled at the front end of this meeting. This could have a documented report out of this month LAFCO met and this happened that affects Paradise, and they're meeting next month to take formal action. That type of information that it's published in the agenda packet and can kind of serve as the history of the council's representation on these committees. That was a recommendation that came out of the committee. I promise I'll say committee only a few more times. Thank you for your patience. This is the council requested action, including the committee changes, the conversion to standing committee, the legislative representation model, again, continuing designating the mayor and vice mayor as primary and secondary respectively, the governance updates, updating our overall inventory that will be continued to be monitored as those sunset dates come upon us. Some of them are going to be once a year, and some have earlier end dates. And so with that, approve monthly reporting and then adopt a resolution that really packages in all of these recommendations that the committee brought forward before you tonight. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions. Of course, the town clerk can help us answer those. And I really just want to say thank you to Melanie and council and the committee and Colette for supporting this work.
The committee is done.
It is done.
But
We
it's
can
not on- it's
sunset
not
that
on here.
one tonight.
But it's not on here.
It's not on here. It was
No.
a short-lived one.
Right.
Yep.
Who made all these up?
What's
These
that?
recommendations, who made all these up?
The committee took
committee?
notes and decided
Okay,
them.
I don't write very well, and, I'm not going to do that.
Well, it says request monthly updates.
I'm
and
just
so-
not going to do some of those things.
Okay.
So I would like to change the 3. The legislative committee is gone, but it really isn't. I would like to see that instead of designating mayor, vice mayor, that it's like the other committees that we say we want or what have you to represent, because we have you know, people that work very closely with our legislators and what have you, and whether it's mayor, vice mayor, it should be that individual. So I would like to have that reflect that.
Yeah, I'd be glad to take the direction, whatever the council would like to modify the recommendations of the
I
committee.
think what we did before, though, was the mayor, vice mayor, or their designees. They had the ability to designate somebody else.
Yeah,
You don't like that?
No, I don't. I want to go back to like we're doing with the other committees is what I want to see.
Well, Ron's suggestion would work, you know, I mean, because I know the reason you're asking for that, because there is situations where some of us have personal relationships with elected officials higher up, and there was a situation where, you know, Steve had that relationship, there was a big deal, we had to go meet with some people, and because he wasn't, and the vice mayor had relationships with not the same ones anyway, so he, you know, it was like, he couldn't get to go, you know. So, but if it's a designee, in other words, if it's the mayor and the vice mayor, whoever we pick to do that, because those are the people we're picking to be our leaders, as long as it's set up that way, you know.
That's why I picked you to be my designee, because I wanted you to do it.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, I'm just saying, why not set it up where, like we do with the other committees?
Then it can get into a thing like where Ron and I got into on trying to get on the facilities committee, you know.
Okay,
And we both really wanted it, and it became a big deal.
Okay, and you worked through it and worked it out.
Yeah, I was obstinate, and he finally gave in.
Okay, all right, so I'm being obstinate. I would like
Okay,
to,
well,
I would like
you
to
gotta
see
get
it.
2 other
Well,
people to
okay.
agree.
I would like to see that as well. I would like to see it standardized. You know, I feel like while we are redefining that from a committee to legislative representation model, I think whoever on council at that time shows a particular interest or is particularly engaged with relationships with, you know, legislative officials would be the most appropriate.
I'm glad to modify and carry out whatever the council's wishes are on this
They're
item.
just doing that because I'm the vice mayor, and they don't want me to ever talk to a legislator.
No comment.
No comment. I heard that. Well, that's okay. I mean, we have concurrence. It doesn't matter. Nothing I'm about it.
The way it works.
Nope.
But I don't, just writing reports on everything?
I want to, Woody, I want to expand on the recommendation for that to give you a little bit bigger picture, because Greg was hesitant too at first. But the point is, by this time in the meeting, or a good half hour from now, everybody's checked
Yeah, I
out.
know.
They don't want us to keep rambling
I was
about all the
not
stuff we're
hesitant about
doing.
that.
You asked me to clarify.
Clarify, yeah.
And
saying,
so,
I'm not gonna do it.
but it would cinch up the end of our meetings and not have us going over that while there's literally nobody
They're not
really
here to
engaged.
listen to what we said we've gone and done anyway.
But it will be in the,
It'll be
in the
record. It'll
reports
be in
on
writing.
record.
So?
Just
So,
put bullet points on it. It's perfect, then we don't have to stand here and go through our,
and I think if there's anybody in the community that has an interest of any particular committee and what they're working on, they can see what we're doing other than just having another committee meeting.
well, there's usually 2 on the committee, so if you don't do it, someone else will, so it doesn't
These are
matter.
recommendations, right? They're not musts.
Whatever. You want a motion? Are you going to do a motion?
I didn't make a motion.
With your change, are you going to do a motion?
To
Yes,
make a
you.
motion.
Got to make a motion.
Are you going to do,
Yes, okay, so I make a motion to change the legislation representation like we do with the other ones, where it is not necessarily mayor, vice mayor.
and
does
everything
that-
else is the
Does that
same?
include approval of everything else?
Is that ad hoc committee or is that-
Because this requires a vote.
is everything standard committee?
Not everything.
Yeah, well,
I'll make an emotion that we approve item 6F, the recommendations, with the change that the mayor had suggested, that it be for the legislative representative model be those 2 that are selected by the council.
so,
Or they're
but so I do have a question to Woody's point. Is this something with the written that,
So it isn't mandatory. It says it's a request, number one.
Okay.
Number two, if you have a committee, and most of these committees have 2 council members on it, if you're on a committee with Woody, you can
Somebody else
understand,
will do it.
then
Yeah.
you're going to be the one responsible to write it if you desire to do so, because it says request. This is not, and forgive me, if
It's not a
this is not a communist country where you're required to do something. If you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it. You know, staff may be able to also jump in and throw a few bullet points together for you for your approval.
I don't think we need to throw.
Yeah. This-
And I think the key term is brief. It's a brief monthly written update, brief.
With a couple of bullets.
What's the resolution number?
2026-32.
32?
Yes.
Yes.
And we have a motion on the table.
I'll second that.
Motion by Lassonde, seconded by Lang. Councilmember Bolin?
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton?
Aye.
Councilmember Lang?
Aye.
Councilmember Lassonde?
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
So 6G, consider concurring with staff recommendation to file a CEQA notice of exemption for the private road identification safety project. And Mark.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor Crowder. Good evening again. This item before you is a compilation of a lot of efforts from our team looking forward to deliver a community development block grant mitigation resiliency improvement program project funded through HCD. But what I will say is that the town of Paradise has over 550 individual privately owned and maintained roadways. Street name signs for private roads have no defined standard and are typically the responsibility of the private road owners to install and maintain. The resulting condition is many private roads that are not signed at all or in substandard condition or visibility, and this is especially problematic for first responders on a daily basis. And then cascading on that is an emergency. Residents and visitors may not know which roads, public or private, in Paradise that are connected and which might be dead end. So with the CDBG-DR Mitigation Resiliency Improvement Program, the town has secured and allocated $960,000 for the purposes of the private road identification safety project. Town Council is being asked to adopt a resolution for a proposed design exception, which I'll show in a moment, meaning a non-standard street name sign for end use on this project. We're also being asked to concur with the staff recommendation on our CEQA notice of exemption for the project. And here is the ultimate, after a lot of consulting with our team and working through the objectives of the project, looking at different opportunities, looking at different colors, different styles, and our overall goal. And when we come back to the overall goal is to achieve a couple of things, but primarily is to designate roads that are private so that residents can see where they are when you're looking to drive, and especially there's so many in a short distance to understand where these streets are. And then also have a designation of private, which is shown over here in the PVT. We reviewed other colors for the green street name sign, but that creates a couple of issues. Red was one option, so it's really contrasting, and you know a red sign is a private sign, but what does that really mean? And then when you start talking about the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, anything red is regulatory, stop, distracting, and so red signs for Paradise we did not want to recommend. And then when we look at the other goal, again, is looking at ways to be creative and look at different methods of doing things and looking at other communities of how roadways with no outlets or dead ends are communicated. You can load up signs everywhere about no outlets once you've made the turn. But this is really meant to be two signs in one that appears and looks like a street name sign of any common publicly owned and maintained roadway, but it has a designation if it's private, and then also have the yellow band at the top indicating that it's no outlet. And the idea kind of got a lot of excitement amongst the team, and then also working with our funding partners, that we've been researching the ability to expand the scope to include add these signs for public roads that have no outlet. And we're excited to share that that is possible to fit within our existing budget on the project. And so we've revised the scope to include public roads with no outlets, 638 total locations. And I want to be really clear, when we talk about private roads having these new signs, they will be installed on public property only at the intersection of the public and private road. For private roads off of other private roads, there won't be any new signs associated with those. And so we can only hit, public right-of-way indicating a private road with a sign that looks like this. And so we had this mock-up. We actually have an example out in the hallway that's mounted to the wall. It's been posted for about a month and a half, I think, with a description of the project, the concept, and really hoping tonight that you'll approve and consider the design exception, because this is not a standard street name sign by any means, but it's something that we liken to the town's really progressive idea to do the evacuation signs, entering Zone 3, leaving Zone 2. And other communities have reached out to us since about those signs and interest in adopting those as well. And we see this as something for a way to designate private roads and indicate if they have no outlet or not. There are very few private roads in town that have connectivity to other streets, Toyon Lane being one, so it wouldn't have a no outlet sign on that one. So with that, the project's currently in the design phase. Our construction is planned for next year. It's fully funded through this grant program, and we're asking council again to file a CEQA notice of exemption and adopt the resolution for the design exception.
So I like this. I like the idea, and I like you're putting it on public property. So that means if there's any bushes growing over it where you can't see it, our people will take care of that, right?
Well, that's the next item.
Well, no.
No,
Yeah.
but that's on,
The goal is to install in smart locations.
And I know
that
everybody
are,
thinks they've been here a long time, but I've been here since '67.
Yeah.
And these private roads, they're great, and then all of a sudden, no one maintains it, and all of a sudden,
Yep.
they're behind a tree or behind a
Yep.
bush.
Yep.
And you never see where they're at.
So it'll be installed on public property, and if there's vegetation on public property, key word there,
We're gonna kill
we can maintain that.
Okay,
Yep.
good.
so I got a couple, okay, I'm on a private road, intersects Clark Road.
Mm-hmm.
So the sign sits perpendicular to Clark Road, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in those situations, and my question is, why is the yellow no outlet on top?
That was just a review of different samples of what other communities have done, and
Well, I know, but we're not other communities. The only reason I'm asking that, this is a very selfish, personal reason. Like, I'm on a private road, so the name of my road is there, and I'm proud of that. And so why wouldn't the road be the prominent thing? And the fact there's no outlet there, be secondary.
Yeah.
Why not put it on the bottom?
well, I think, I'm open to constructive feedback always, and it was put on the top because, in an emergency, trying to establish a standard, and if it has a yellow band on top, we're hoping to socialize
I know,
for
but we
residents.
don't live in an emergency every day here. We just don't. I'm just saying. I mean, I get the idea, and it will let people know, don't turn down here. There's no way out. I get that. But why not let it be underneath the name of the street? I mean,
If you'd like the yellow band on
It's
the
just
bottom,
what I
that's
like, yeah.
definitely something we can do. I'm not having particular engineering heartburn over the no outlet being on the top or the bottom.
Well, one, I appreciate you guys putting time into it. Two, I think it's important they know that there is no, you're not going through anywhere.
Yeah.
I think that's important. I think the road name is equally as important, but I think that is vital that they know there's no way of getting through, so.
So I'm going to jump in as well. So on this particular issue, it's great that we have private signs, that's wonderful, but the most important thing is during that emergency that you see that is not a place to go. And you want it prominent, you want it yellow, you want it visible, and in an emergency, and no, we don't have one every day, thank God, that's the most important thing. You want it front and center and prominent.
Yeah, I would agree. And the intent of the project is pretty clear in the name of it, the Private Road Identification Safety Project. So
Yes.
that is the intent of the project.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing that, we've obviously, because you and I speak about it frequently, about these trucks going on the private roads and parking. So this should really help
It
that.
should.
It's pretty hard to say, oh, I didn't know it was a private road.
Yep.
And no outlet.
Yep.
So,
Yes. Thank you.
Any cards?
I have no cards on this
I
item.
approve.
I make
What
a
am I
motion to
approving?
approve. You get to vote in a minute there, right, guy?
No, what am I approving? I mean, just the,
The notice of exemption and then the design exception for the sign as it's reflected on the screen.
that's what I thought. Okay, that's what I'm approving. Yeah, that's a motion.
I'll second that.
Motion by Bullen, seconded by Lang. Councilmember Bullen.
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton. Councilmember Lang.
Aye.
Councilmember Lasson.
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Did he say nay?
Yes.
6H, provide policy direction to staff regarding implementation of the hazardous fuels reduction program. Mark.
Thank you, Mayor Crowder. This is my last item for you tonight, I promise. Thank
Last
you
one
so
on the
much.
list.
What's that?
It's the last one on the list.
Oh, that's true. All right. Well, it's my pleasure to bring forward this item. This has obviously been a topic that I think is really ripe for discussion. The town has approved a contract through the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program to clean up our public right-of-ways with vegetation that has been determined as hazardous fuels. This is a great opportunity to clarify and provide direction to our team, but also our team that's working on the contract right now, but also the Town of Paradise Public Works Department, because these issues described in tonight's presentation are part of our daily work, day in and day out, maintaining the public right-of-way. So I'll talk about the program first. Our goal was to complement and align public right-of-way vegetation management practices with the wildfire resiliency standards expected of private property owners to reduce hazardous fuels, improve community safety, and support long-term resilience and insurability. It takes a lot of different efforts, and this is one of them. Our goal or objectives of the program were to reduce the fuels, provide emergency evacuation access and evacuation reliability, have good practices for our drainage infrastructure and maintenance, and help improve some site distance issues and roadway safety issues that we experience as a result of fuels in the right-of-way. The Hazard Mitigation Grant Program project, again, we contracted with Arbor Pros to complement existing efforts by the Public Works crews to have mechanical removal of brush reduction, small diameter tree removal, and targeted herbicide treatments as well to keep the fuels down. So what has come forward, or I guess what I will say as we lead into this conversation, private landscaping in the public right-of-way presents numerous challenges. And obviously education about the difference between the two is going to be a really key theme of the presentation, an opportunity for us to move forward. But when we're maintaining the public right-of-way, we are thinking about drainage obstructions, we are thinking about leaves and debris, roadway damages from roots and water, site distance issues, maintenance access, utility conflicts, liability exposure from acceptance of landscaping in the public right-of-way, difficulty for staff distinguishing between ornamental and hazardous. Definitely have seen that play through a few times in the last couple of months. And then, of course, determining what's a hazard today versus what's going to be a hazard 8 years from now in the public right-of-way. So a good example that I'd like to share with you tonight is Row Road. This is Row Road, and on the, western portion, not too far east of Neal Road. And this is in 2011, obviously pre-fire with a lot of vegetation, very common for Paradise to have grown canopies almost touching on either side of the road. This is shortly after the fire, and obviously a lot of devastation. What I really want to pull out or point out is that the vegetation immediately adjacent to the road was entirely burned. And any evacuation event, like the 2018 Camp Fire, or any future event, no matter where a fire ignites, if we have fuels this close to the road, that is going to threaten the integrity of the evacuation. And so that is a key point. Now moving on to recovery, this is the same spot. This is 2 years ago, now 2024, where vegetation has been planted and just natural vegetation has started to regrow as well. And then this is the same spot. You can see kind of the referring mailbox in all of these photos now here I don't know, what is wrong with me? 2025 is 2026, just last week. And so you can see the kind of really exponential growth, now almost 10 years removed from the fire, a few years out, is that, and we've heard that from CAL FIRE, is that our fuels regrow every 10 years. And so this is a good example of landscaping, natural growth that has been unchecked, and how quickly it expands and grows. And for the purposes of this discussion, what I'll say is the right-of-way line is far, far beyond, behind these pine trees. And you typically can range between 30 and 40 feet from center line, but it varies, and I'll show an example of that here in a minute, varies parcel to parcel. So I mentioned the town standard of what we aim to achieve through dedication and through the county incorporating, or the town incorporating from the county, is to have right-of-way widths on most roads 30 feet from center line or 40 feet from center line generally. The real-world condition, especially for roads with no sidewalks or formalized infrastructure, it varies from parcel to parcel. Our program was launched with the requirement to ensure no vegetation is removed or treated outside 11.5 feet from the roadway edge to ensure no private property is impacted. And what I want to share off the top right there is that on the very first day, there was an issue where a private tree may have been felled. We assumed responsibility and we offered to replace that private tree. Since that time, this program has not removed any vegetation on private property, period. And so that's really important. And the way we've done that through the program, while right-of-way width goes further out, the program is limited to 11.5 feet from the roadway edge and no further. So the town right-of-way might extend 20 feet from the roadway edge. Right now, this program is only treating within 11.5 feet. Just because there's so much variability, we do not want to be in the business of affecting vegetation on private property. So what is that? What is the right-of-way standard? I kind of have this as a question because I want to point out along the same stretch of Row Road, the town has 11,000 plus unique parcels that have unique dimensions, widths, and depths, and they also have different points of change on where the interface between public and private property interacts. And so this is an example of just 6 locations within a half mile essentially of where you see the public right-of-way jog in and out, that again can create a lot of confusion especially for neighbors saying, well, my property line goes back to here. Generally, you can identify that where your PID backflow device is. But as far as, and then your neighbor next door may have a totally different recorded deed that says their right-of-way is much closer to the roadway edge. And so it's just, this is one example for private property lines intersecting with public roads where the distance from the center line or distance from the road edge changes parcel to parcel. Through this program, obviously our goal is to deliver any work we do as seamlessly as possible and being mindful and respectful of our community and their needs and concerns. And so there's been a lot of concerns raised over landscaping and vegetation, ornamental vegetation in public property that have been impacted. Uncertainty regarding right-of-way boundaries, notification expectations. Our Public Works crew team does work every single day, whether it's drainage maintenance or veg maintenance, and it's very difficult to provide that advance notice. And this program with Arbor Pros is no different, to say that the town is going to be at this road on this day to work in public property for the purposes of carrying out this approved work. We've seen issues of perceived inconsistency, questions about the aesthetics and the community character. Certainly, the trees were beautiful. The trees that we have are beautiful. We want to maintain them to the maximum extent practicable, but we also want to be mindful of the overall goal of these roadways can serve as a fuels break, and we need to protect the integrity of the evacuations by not having combustible fuels immediately adjacent to those roads. And then my last point here is there have been questions regarding the contractor's discretion, and I'll say they've done a great job, and through some of these concerns, we've asked that they start inventorying areas where a judgment is really required about, is this landscaping in the public property, or is this a flammable fuel, hazardous fuel that needs to be removed without any other direction from council. Since that time, well, I should say, we identified about 57 inventoried tree locations or brush locations that are actually in your agenda packet. There came a point where a tree needed to come out, and at that point we said go ahead and time out. 2 weeks ago we said time out, please just stop removing all trees until we get some more clarity and direction from council, because removing trees in the public right-of-way is an unclear area about what our goal is, and I appreciate the opportunity to get consensus from you. Since we paused that work 2 weeks ago, we're over to 300 unique inventoried items that need to be reviewed, and that's just been a couple of weeks of continued assessment. So with that, I'm quickly just going to open the PowerPoint, the PDF showing the different types of vegetation that have been, really, a lot of questions about privacy and brush that, I believe, I'm not, again, an arborist, but I know a lot of these types of fuels are highly flammable, especially after talking with CAL FIRE. Juniper, you've got, even Scotch broom in some of these photos. And then, some like these kind of, in my mind, okay, this is a little hedge, tiny, that's, knee height. I'm not really concerned about that. But these are the ones that they, here's a, nice little pine tree, but areas with flowers, an established tree. I understand, and our team understands, there is so much emotional attachment, especially after going through what we've been through, to what we have left. And so I'm sensitive to that, but I'm also trying to carry out the mission of the council to keep our right-of-ways as safe as possible. And so this is firmly in the gray area where there's improvements in public property. There's intentional planting going on. There's unintentional just growth. I think here's a great example on the left, probably unintentional growth behind the mailboxes, presumed to be private property, but it's actually public. And then on the right, beautiful home with beautiful landscaping, with a lot of this landscaping in the public right away. And so, retaining walls. And so I don't want to go through every photo, but you're kind of getting the picture here between, intentional landscaping, natural growth, regrowth, and people being very sensitive, especially when it comes to things that survive the fire or things that provide privacy to their home. And those are legitimate concerns. And so I'm grateful for the opportunity to share those with you tonight. Really, we're asking for, our entire Public Works team, not only just for this grant, but for our operations. We're asking, really we need some policy direction on what type of vegetation types warrant removal in the right-of-way. Should we have a different standard for ornamental vegetation? I'm sorry, I'm out of the PowerPoint. So, and then, communication practices. This is a little bit different from when we hire Knife River Construction to pulverize and pave and we're doing door hangers. But a lot of the times when we're doing day-to-day maintenance and our teams have different areas that they're working, is really not practical to provide a lot of advanced notification for work in the public right-of-way. So, looking for direction on that as well. And so a recommended potential policy approach is anything that we can have more standard and less nuance. Certainly is going to have more success in implementation. But we know we don't live in that clear of a black and white reality here. But if we are trying to achieve the goal and do our part and maintain our public right-of-ways in the same way that we are expecting defensible space to happen on private property and maintain evacuation integrity on these routes, is more standards and less allowances would be certainly something that would be beneficial. And so a recommendation could be no allowances for anything that grows above knee height and must not cause any secondary impacts of that list I described to you about drainage and obstructions and sight distance. Must not cause any other secondary impact other than it should be on private property. It's on public property, but it should be on private property. If it's less than knee height and it should be on private property, that can stay. But if it's anything else, one approach is, this one's pretty strong, is to remove everything else through this that's been determined to be a hazard. And by being a hazard, combustible and has the ability to spread. We're really looking for maximum consistency and defensibility. We want to increase public education on public versus private property on roadways. And so based on the discussion that happens tonight, we can direct Arbor Pros with town staff to take the direction you give, review the backlog of inventory, now well over 350, with the lens of your direction, and then, of course, our implementation work can start immediately. So with that, I'm glad to answer any questions. It's complex, but your clarity for what these teams should do will help us be more successful in implementing the overall program.
Well, the first question I have, you use the term right-of-way, and I want to make sure I understand that completely. Is that town property when you say
Yes.
that? Okay, and,
Yes.
and it goes, some cases 11 and a half feet, some people even further. It's private, it's not private property, it's public property. It
Correct.
belongs to the town.
Some places it only goes 5 feet.
Okay, but you're
So-
saying where it goes only 5 feet, you would only go 5 feet on that one?
Correct.
Or would you go
Yeah,
11
we're
and a
not
half?
going on to private property.
Not going on private property, so
Yep.
you've never taken any plants on private property?
Yep.
Okay,
So one of the things I want to, let me, if I can provide a little bit of nuance.
okay.
Technically, a right-of-way, the underlying property may be owned by the public agency, it may not be owned by the public agency. The term right-of-way means the public agency controls what can happen on that property, on that strip of land, which is called the right-of-way. In many instances, in this instance, if the town owned the underlying land as well, we would just own it in fee and it would be ours. You wouldn't call it a right-of-way, it would just be town property, right? The right-of-way means you control what happens on it even if you don't own the underlying land.
I get that, but I'm hearing him say we never go on private property, so I want to know if, what you're saying, if we don't own the property, if the homeowner owns the property, he's saying he doesn't go on it. Is that what?
A right-of-way, the
I
right-of-way.
know it gives us a right to go on there, but I'm also hearing him saying we don't go on there.
No, they do go on the right-of-way.
So the right-of-way can extend beyond the property markers, the survey markers?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that what you're saying, Mark?
No, well, I'm sorry, I want to be really clear. When I use the term right-of-way, I'm talking about the distance between this private property line and that private property line. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but I'm talking about recorded distances on parcels between the two property lines across the street.
Okay.
Generally, we believe, the goal is 30, there's a general plan standard of 30 feet from center line in each direction. But not a lot of properties have that identified. And so what we do when we use the word right-of-way in Public Works is that this is the area between those properties that we own and is within the town boundaries. And a lot of this work, there's been, where there's questions, okay, is this town property or is this private property? We're working with the homeowners, meeting on site, finding pins, and 10 times out of 10, when we've had those meetings in the field, it's verifying that, oh, I did not know that the town property line was this far back off the roadway edge.
So it does not extend beyond survey
No.
markers?
No.
Okay.
No.
But the other thing, Mark, and I get it, about door hangers or what have you. But what I've heard in a lot of cases, especially with the spraying, is we didn't know because you said, you sign this, you can opt out. Well, if you don't know it's happening, you're not going to be able to opt out. And we just had that happen not too long ago.
Yep.
And it seems like we need to communicate, or our contractor needs to communicate better, because if they have the ability to opt out, they got to know that they have that ability.
Yep. So the spray program and the opt-out for the spray program, for those that aren't aware, is that there's an opportunity, if you're willing to take over the maintenance and keep your weeds down on public property, you can elect for a no spray agreement. We offer that service. And some take that up, and we can increase education about that, certainly. I have definitely taken that message from this process. But there's no opt-out for landscaping or trees or hazardous fuels on public property. That's just related to the spray program.
And again, somehow, I mean, I've seen some stuff that's come out that was, and it probably was in the right of way, but it's small and it's very definitely identifiable as ornamental from looking at it. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out, but boom, it's gone with a weed eater.
Yep.
And
on public property, yes.
But we're again, a lot of people don't realize where that right of way is. And so they're pretty upset when they get there, even if it is on the right of way.
Absolutely.
You know, you and I went out on that one where they landscaped all the way to the street. And, you know, they've got a fence there that's in the right of way, and, you know, they base that on the neighbors, and anyway.
Yep.
So I think somehow we have some culpability to explain, especially with the new houses. How are we passing, other than, I guess, the landscaping isn't done?
Yeah.
But somebody buys a house, it's all, because we've got contractors that finish the landscaping in the front.
Yep.
So they run it all the way to the street. People buying a house assume that's their property. That's their property.
A lot of that work happens after final, for sure. Yeah. The landscaping.
Okay, I got a question for you. I live on a private road. Now, you're talking about public roads.
Right. Yes.
You own the road.
Correct.
I live on a private road. The town does not own that, do they?
No.
Because my property line goes to the middle, just past the middle of the road.
Right. We're not talking about.
Well, that's a private road.
They're not going to clear that.
It's all public roads. So the hard part is, I know you're asking, this is my concerns. You're asking for a clear, it's either this or that. I don't think you can do that. I don't see that as a possibility. We had to landscape our commercial properties all the way to the road.
Right.
I can take one that I have on Clark Road, goes all the way to the road. I was mandated to do that.
Right.
And I've maintained it, I've taken care of it. If a tree goes dead in that public right-of-way, I've had to take it out. The town has not had to take it out. I've had to do that because they said, well, we don't have money for that. So this is pre-mark.
Okay, because what you're describing is not how
Pre-mark.
this goes.
They were going,
Yeah.
sorry, it's on your property and it's not right away, but it's, so all I'm saying is there's an evolution of what's happened over the years.
Yes.
And there is landscape that goes out to the street.
Yep.
With the understanding that if you ever widen that road, that would wipe that out, you would take it out. But I can't see us going back. People, one thing about Paradise is people are starting to beautify their homes and their landscape.
Right.
And if they have just wild brush and stuff like that, I get it. I mean, that's to me is, but if they have sprinkler system in which is maintaining and keeping down a low profile on these plants, that's beautifying Paradise and your neighborhood. And I think, I mean, to me, if I just let you just spray, now we're gonna have all this just dead stuff on the side of the roads.
Yeah.
And where's the beauty in that? So I'm
Right, which
concerned
we
about
have
that.
them coming into town.
No, I absolutely, I'll let you go, and then I can
That
speak.
was another point that I was
Yep.
going to bring up, is in a number of instances that were presented to me from residents, whatever was done, whether it was right or wrong, or their interpretation at the time, we just cut it down and left it. So how is that for fuels management? That's just leaving dead fuels on the side of the
Yeah,
road.
there shouldn't be any, leaving of waste, and certainly I'd be glad to follow up with anyone that's experienced that.
And I do think, just in general, wherever this lands today, like, the biggest takeaway is the education and communication to the community. And I know that's a tall order because somehow people don't hear things,
Yep.
but that is probably the biggest piece.
Yep.
So part of the problem, two things I want to mention. One, there was, during the windstorms a while back on Wagstaff, I think it was, there was a couple of trees that got blown down, big parts of the tree got blown down in the roadway. Now, these are right, the tree trunks were right on the edge of, they were in the right of way. And Public Works went out and cleared the roadway. and all of the debris from the down trees was left on the private property. And I believe it's still there. I could be wrong, and I'll apologize if I am. But part of the thing is, for this, I understand the reasons and all that. I'm still in that position. Yes, we had an emergency, we had a horrific thing happen, and we learned a lot of stuff. We can't turn this town into like that life vest, because we don't live in that disaster environment daily, you know. But if, when you buy a piece of property and you turn in your plans to get a home, I don't know if residential units require a landscaping plan or not.
They don't.
They don't, yeah, but commercial does. But when you get your, even though they don't require that for final, when you submit your plans, the town should say, be drawn on your plan, here's the town right away, don't plant anything there, don't build a fence.
But I don't agree with that. I think there's nothing wrong with people planting if they keep something, if we give them, like we
they're
do
saying
with,
they own
like
it.
we do with the 5 foot around the house, and then you go out 20 feet, and you know, you can only have this high, and then your trees are cut. We can make a plan in which people can beautify the house. We don't need to have this bare land alongside all of our roads in Paradise. I don't
No,
see where
want it
that
either.
helps us.
I don't want it either, but the idea that they're proposing a standard to where,
Well, that's what I said. I don't think
you
we can do
know,
it.
This is the one we
We're
have
gonna-
to deal with, though. You know, in 2026, it looks like
Some of
this.
those
Well,
are-
another 10 years, it's gonna look like what the first road did.
some of those, no, some of those are planted, some, because I have the same thing in front of my house,
Yeah.
and I have them pruned.
Yeah, but what do we do with something like this? Do we say, oh, the heck with it, it's, you know, it's public property, but we just let it there? Do
We
we?
live in the forest.
We also had, and that's the one you and I went out and looked at, and I think 3 houses were in the right-of-way, and the one that was complaining, her house wasn't an issue. But the neighbor's house that was built out, it was clogging our drain.
Yes.
And the street was flooding, and all of that, so.
A lot of the time, and I appreciate that point, because a lot of the time when beautification work happens in the public right-of-way, we're creating secondary issues where the drainage flow line is being pushed out to the seam of the road, which undermines the integrity of the road, which increases costs. When vegetation is being planted in the drainage, it diverts flows inadvertently to someone else, your neighbor or your own house. When our team is responding to a storm, there's going to be impacts that wouldn't be there if those landscaping improvements weren't, and that the drainage ditch was properly maintained and cut and open. So, for me, when I look at this picture, from last week, this is vegetation, and I know CAL FIRE, when we consulted, I believe CAL FIRE is here this evening. Chief Gaddy is not here, and Chief Finney is also not here. But when we talked through these photos, is that this type of vegetation this close to the roadway is not good.
Is that a vacant lot?
No.
There's a house there?
Yes.
Where's the driveway?
We can't do that.
Yeah.
We can't be talking.
Yeah.
Wait till you get time up here.
Yeah, I've absolutely been working with this homeowner, and it is complicated at best to distinguish what is been said versus what the recorded documents say, and it's just extremely challenging.
So, Mayor, I do have a recommendation. I think you need a landscaping committee.
Oh, Mike.
You're leaving, Mike, your voice doesn't matter.
But I'm going to just provide a little context with what Mark is saying. So understand, we have 100 miles of road that they're making determinations on what to cut, what not to, and that's, I think, the challenge that he's expressing, is what do we cut, like in this example that's shown on the screen, what do we cut, what we don't, and that, again, to staff is very difficult, as they don't know what to do and when to do it. And I get it, and Greg, I completely agree with you. I don't want to see this town scalp where it looks like there's no vegetation anywhere. However, there are concerns where, there's growth like this that does present a fire danger. That's the challenge we're facing.
Oh, I agree 100%. This is not acceptable. There's got to be some type of standard in which this is not acceptable.
Correct. And the goal of our program was within 11.5 feet of there to really obviously the large pine trees, if they're healthy, keep those. But this vegetation, I mean, there's even bamboo planted adjacent to this road that is growing through the asphalt itself.
Right.
And our team came out, and really, I want to recognize the amazing team and the amazing in-house staff that does this work day in and day out. This is not a reflection of that we don't know what to do and we don't have judgment. It's that when we use that judgment, sometimes it really upsets people, and I understand why.
And they come
it's-
run into us.
And it comes to you. And so, I'm confident that we have the full ability to determine what's a hazard fuel and what's not. A lot of this should be removed, but I will tell you, if we do that, that will cause a lot of heartburn on that private property owner. And so that's.
They're not the owner of this property.
They are.
Well, you're right, sorry, I meant to say adjacent private property owner. I'm talking public right away.
Right.
We should have, we should have, in my mind, at least 6 feet of clear off of this roadway edge. And then, really none of this hazardous fuel should be there either. But to that homeowner, these are her privacy hedges that she does not want to be touched at all, ever. And that's hard for staff when we're faced with policy and objectives and compassion and empathy. Yeah.
So does the right-of-way here from the edge of the roadway go in?
At least 12 feet, but possibly up to 20 feet from the edge of this pavement.
Wow.
40 feet,
No, I said 12 to 20.
20 feet?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you own all that?
Yes,
This
yes.
is
Some-
probably a-
this is, look at how narrow this road is.
This is probably a 60-foot wide easement total, right?
It could
50 to
be.
50?
It could be up to 60 total, so 30 from each side. That is a 20-foot, 21-foot wide road.
Right,
And so it goes back a ways.
Goes back
So-
ways, right?
I have just a harebrained idea. So with the exception of vegetation in the right-of-way that is legitimately compromising infrastructure, drainage, and roadways, obviously.
Yeah.
What about something that Greg said kind of sparked an idea? You know how we have implemented a phased approach to the Zone Zero compliance? What about, and a big part of that has been education. We've implemented it into our building codes and, it's everywhere. It's at all of the fire safe council things, all the things.
Yep.
What about something like that? Like with, obviously, the immediate threat to infrastructure, it's just,
Yep.
feelings
Yeah.
aside, it's got to go. But then some sort of an educational approach to compliance that's phased in over whatever makes sense.
Yeah.
And I realize we have to come to an end goal because we do have to have a priority of safety and insurability. I mean, it comes down to business in our community. And one of those pictures was my house, so I understand. It was
I
the one
didn't
with
know
the
that.
flamingos.
Okay, I didn't know that.
And so,
Yeah.
I know that is in the right-of-way. I've always understood that, but that is not a normal thing, especially for people coming from out of the area, and they're all excited to be part of Paradise and their new house. So I don't know if that's a reasonable concept to kind of phase in education and compliance with the exception of the immediate threat to infrastructure.
Yes. It's a good segue to the overall program and the funding. This work is funded through October, and anything that goes on beyond it, we have a grant 100%, and we're certainly glad to continue, but this is expensive work, and it is very difficult, and it needs to be efficient to get as much done as possible. And so if we want to just screen and resume operations where they're using judgment, if it's obviously harmless landscaping, leave it and move on. But if it's having an impact and if it's obviously brush and a hazardous fuel, let's remove it. But understand that even with those reduced thresholds, there are going to be residents that are displeased.
Well, part of the problem with this picture, well, yeah, it probably does, but I mean, it's beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and looking at this here, I really don't see a lot of ornamental vegetation myself.
Well, there's bamboo along here.
Well,
These are all.
but all
Yeah, they have a lot
of,
of ornamental stuff there.
but there's also a lot, I mean, that's
But you know,
dead
they-
and,
But they cleared this, as you come into Skyway from Chico, along that where after the crossroad, they sprayed that whole little gully right along there, that barren little hill, and all of the stuff they sprayed is laying there dead. It's not masticated, it's not picked up, it's laying there dead. If a fire happens, that's gonna burn. There's not a whole lot for it to catch on to. But I mean, so, I'd rather, this stuff, even the picture you showed of this road after the fire, the trees didn't burn, they didn't fall down. The brush did. I don't know, we're doing that all over, we have those situations where we did it last year, or 2 years ago, we sprayed the trailway, and we had all that stuff that we killed it. And then we didn't cut it down, we just killed it, so we had this dead stuff all along the trailway.
This project's not about spraying, though. This project is about clearing, so I expect them to
Same
haul
thing,
stuff off.
same thing.
There's both.
We
You
have
know,
cards. We have cards.
Our program is definitely the right thing at the right time, and, certainly cutting fuels, spraying, to your point, Woody, we would never go through and spray this and leave it dead. Our team, is keeping vegetation low. If it's past a certain point where a spray is not effective, they're absolutely not going to do that.
I have one card. Adam Deppy.
It's his property.
Got it right. I brought this one up last time because I was one of the trees that was aware that nice ornamental trees that were wiped out. If you're gonna do this, what are you guys doing then to make it look nice again? If it is taking someone's, it's your property. You've said it's your property, which is actually the town's people's property because you guys work for us. The town works for us, correct? So ultimately, it's our property. These people are trying to make our town look nice. We're now coming through and wiping it out. Okay, fine, it's a hazard. What are you doing to beautify the town in response? I don't care, come through and put River Rock down. Do something with this drainage that's such an issue that's been issues for years and years, and now you're using it as an excuse. Don't take the worst picture that you can find and bring it to us. Show us some of the better ones, right? Show us some of this landscaping that people have done to upgrade the drainage, to help out, to maintain it, but then you're coming in and saying, hey, we got to move this, we're going to cut it back to dirt, and then just leave it. No one wants that in front of their yard. Normal municipalities and bigger cities, which I'm not game for, put sidewalks up, so you know this. We don't have that. So what are we doing besides just saying, hey, let's get rid of this hazard? What's the next step? We're just going right there, what's in front of us. What's the next step? What are we doing? So, okay, are we going to have a grant next year to keep this up?
No.
No, we're not. Are we going to have, so all this is going to come back, people are going to plant their stuff back, and all of a sudden we're going to get a grant again and be in the same boat. So do we start on a smaller level? Do we start with the properties that are identified as major hazards like the one you showed? There's got to be a better process to this. And then present those people with it. And here's our process to help make the town look better in the process, not just wipe it out to dirt. We have plenty of dirt. We got more dirt than we know what to do with, and it's hot. Be nice if we had a plan then and maybe approach those homeowners and said, hey, we can take this out, but what if we help you plant a tree back? What if we help you make it look better? Some of these streets, go over to Madrone Way, that's where mine was taken out. Half of those new houses, they're all into that, and you guys want to cut that back? Approach these people then and say, what can we do to keep this? I mean, that's a beautiful little street now. What can we do to keep it looking nice instead of just having a 20-foot path of dirt on each side of the road? So, thank you. Just consider that as you look into this.
So, that one you have on the right, upper right there, I mean, that's, obviously they got sprinklers on it, it's landscaped. Are they keeping the weeds down? No. Maybe there's some weeds growing up through there they need to take care of and stuff, but to me, that's maintained. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what I can't answer from this photo alone, though, is the drainage functioning to get the water from point A to point B? And that ends up being the biggest complication with landscaping in the right-of-way is the flow line and the drainages.
Well, that's almost a separate issue.
Then you need to tell people before they build their house.
I mean, we're talking about fuels and we're talking about drainage. I mean, I know they interlock, but still, that's a whole separate, and I know most people, if they have a drainage issue right there, they want to correct it. I mean, they don't want an
Yeah,
issue
but
with
you're-
drainage.
Yeah, because your evacuation argument about that Row Road thing, how that could impact evacuation, all that brush with the fire, the flames, and trees falling down. This thing in the upper right picture, you don't have that problem there.
No.
Maybe you have a drainage problem, but that's not,
No, this one is inventoried obviously because there's landscaping involved and it requires judgment. And in my judgment, this does not seem like a immediate hazard. Like I said, it's below knee height.
Right.
It's, it looks like there's some intention and some maintenance to it.
Right.
I'm assuming that past that Japanese maple, that's all privately owned and maintained as well.
Right.
But for our public works crews that are responding to a culvert that may be under this driveway, and there's a bunch of rock blocking the drainage, that can be a challenge.
And that's a separate thing.
Yes,
from
but,
fuels.
yes, correct. But we're talking about intentional landscaping in the public
Right,
right-of-way
right.
as a whole.
You're right, it does intermingle, you're right.
Yes.
I think drainage is a much bigger issue that does need to be addressed. While this is a factor on that list, I mean, much of that public right-of-way is not functional drainage for many reasons aside from invasive vegetation. And in fact, it is a drainage problem from the lack of vegetation generated from our weed abatement program that doesn't have an erosion control component to it. I mean, I can speak to the rivers that now exist on my property when it rains,
Yeah,
generated from properties uphill.
Yeah. We could do a whole separate meeting just on the impacts of the campfire impacting drainage and vegetation and balancing erosion control versus resiliency. These are all a dance that we do together. And so I'm open again for direction. I believe that our team can know the difference between, the picture on the right, really not much to be done there. Picture on the left, there's some hazardous vegetation.
There is some hazardous, but yes,
Yeah.
and that
And-
seems obvious that
Yes.
there would, and I do think the mayor and vice mayor should be on this committee to go out.
Yeah.
What?
No, I kind of think it should be a previous mayor. Greg?
I don't know, that's, so, no, I think that's what we need to do, is, it's almost a case-by-case situation in which.
It is.
And if, maybe we can draw up something that makes sense to where this, the height of things, the care of things, if you're doing these things, we can leave it out there. If you're just leaving this bush out here to just grow, and it's not, it doesn't look like water's getting to it or anything, that's not landscape, that's just.
Yeah.
And people talk about property rights, and the problem is Paradise, if you're gonna live in Paradise, none of us have real true property rights. I mean, we all gotta live to some standards.
Right.
If you wanna live property rights, go out to the county and do what you wanna do, but we all gotta work together and live together and have the same goal, and I think that's important that everybody has the same.
Yep.
Well, one comment I heard from Heidi is that anything that impacts the road structure has to go. If you got a plant that's right next to that, it's actually cracking the new paved roads.
Yeah.
That can't happen.
Yeah.
So that should be an easy one on your, let's see, and I realize it's not 100% of what your problem is. You got a whole lot more.
I think, trees are a separate issue. Brush is where it's complicated,
Brush is where it's complicated.
But again, I do think that in some cases, just exercising a little bit of common sense could eliminate a lot of this. And, yeah, you're right. I know people are not going to be happy about it, but I learned a lot on that property on Pence especially with the flooding. And so that was, I don't know, you're right, if it impacts a road, it's gotta go.
Yeah.
And I think if it's not ornamental vegetation, it's gotta go.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right as far as the height of ornamental vegetation. Maybe that would help, I don't know.
It would help, and some standards in education, I think they can all work together. At the end of the day, though, this is a FEMA-funded hazard mitigation grant program to remove hazardous fuels from the right-of-way. And so I want to be cognizant of that. It does end in October. This, they can take care of some of the big brush that is overgrown and have it be a one-time thing, and we can elect to continue it or not into the future at our own expense. But I trust our team to have good common sense and good judgment out there. And if we take anything away from this, is that, there will be judgment and there will be disagreements about that judgment regardless. And so
There's always going to be that.
yes,
Yeah.
and I can see, it's a complex issue, and I trust our team to do the work. And they've done a great job pausing and inventorying, but we have a lot of work now to catch back up on before this clock runs out.
And I get that, and I'll tell you, our staff has respect, what have you. And, no offense, but a lot of the contractors that we hire are here to do a job, and they really don't care about feelings or,
And I'm not going so far as say they don't care. I mean, I get it. But see, they're here, their boss is saying, this is what you got to get done today. And you got to get this far down the road and get things cleared out. It's a business. It's a business. And so without giving them absolute clear direction,
Yes.
it makes it very difficult for them. I know the people I hire, they just want to be told what to do today and get it done.
Right.
Yep. And
Get it done.
the team with Arbor Pros has been phenomenal. I can't understate them. And we had an all hands meeting very early in the program, and every single one of them, I can tell they are experienced and they care about Paradise.
Yeah.
These items are just a little ambiguous, and so I appreciate the opportunity to get some clarification tonight and keep this work going with good judgment. Make sure we're removing hazardous fuels and fuels that are going to impact the public right-of-way infrastructure.
Is there any way for you to go with a door hanger type of thing, to let, a week ahead of time, to let them know that they're going to be things taken down, and there's a phone number they can call to say, hey, what do you mean by that? So that somebody can explain to them, it's private, it's public property, it's not theirs, and this is what needs to happen. I'm hearing that the biggest problem is a lot of them didn't know about it, and all of a sudden it happened.
That's a very good point, and it's very difficult. The way this train moves for this particular program, it is a mobile operation that includes assessment and removal working in parallel at one location, and their productivity is based on what they find as they go. And
So you can't decouple the assessment from the removal?
Sure,
Move it a week
we
ahead?
can shut everybody down, but
No, I'm not saying shut it down, but move the assessment ahead by a few days or enough so they can put notification, and then the removal comes behind them. Why does it have to be tied
yeah,
right next
if
to
you're
each other?
comfortable with door hangers that are in advance on the scale of a week to 2 weeks, window of an assessment going on, and say within the next 2 weeks this is going to happen, I think that's definitely something we can work with.
A week is enough, I think, to let them know to call that number.
Yeah.
Years ago, they cut a big fire trail up in through Magalia, and the problem we ran into, and you mentioned earlier, this is a grant, we have the money now, we got to spend it by October, but unless we get into the general fund or you find another funding source, no matter what you clear out, so it's all fire safe this year, when it grows back next year or the year after, we don't have any funding. You'll put it in the budget, and I mean, that's one of the realities of some of these things. There's no ongoing funding. And when, we look at personnel costs and equipment costs and how we run the town and provide the basic necessities, police, fire, and other services, that's just a reality that's going to happen. We're going to clear cut. And what the gentleman said in the back, I think that's a good idea, and Greg brought it up too. People are buying properties here and building homes here, and we're trying to, the atomic bomb disaster area this looked like after the fire, we're trying to beautify it. So it's one thing to be fire safe, I get that, and if the road's buckling from the tree trunks, cut the tree down. But we need to, don't just leave it barren, we should try to find some, can we use any of this grant money to do something, put something back? I don't know what it would be, the wood chips. Well but we need to think about that. Because when you just go in, we did that through the trailway. We denuded the trailway. We went in there and cut every tree on that trailway down. And there's nothing but dirt on either side of it anymore. I mean, oh well.
So Mark, do you think there's enough direction?
Yeah.
I'll have to rewatch the video to
You-
take
you do
notes
that and let
the
me know.
Consensus. Well, I'll say, this is a one-time grant, and you have asked staff to find ways to increase the insurability and the resiliency of the community and managing our public right-of-way as the same expectation on private property. And so getting grants to do one-time effort compared to doing no effort, that is a fundamental choice that when the grant ends, you can choose between continuing that operation or not. But if we're doing something, I think there's enough skills and ability to distinguish private landscaping and the public right-of-way that shouldn't be there, but it's beautiful and it's not hurting anything. Let's leave it. And hazardous fuels. I can come away with that.
Can you just slip in there education on right-of-way at some level?
Yes.
So that we make an effort to get ahead of this with an education piece?
Yes.
Put a link on your door hanger that says where to look on the town website for information on. Yeah, I know, but you put a specific link so they can go there and find out all about what we just talked about
Okay.
right-of-way, so that they don't own it, the town owns that right-of-way.
And,
Yes.
and I think we have another card. too.
We do have another card.
Um,
I'm going to butcher this name, so best
He's
just
coming.
come up.
My name is Chase. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. And while I do understand the reputation contractors get, my name is Chase Kusani. I'm the owner of Arbor Pros. We're the contractor responsible for the work with the town. We've really enjoyed our experience working with you guys thus far. Everybody from, Mark, Colin, Mike, Candace, Landon, everybody's been super involved, very helpful. I've worked in Paradise for years in the past. I do care about this community. Our staff is based locally in the Orville, Magalia, and Paradise area. We have employees in all of those areas. It's a super difficult task we've taken on. I mean, we've treated the entire 99 miles of roadway with the herbicide application with minimal complaints on that front. So I think that, there are complaints, but it still was a successful program, I think, on that front. On the vegetation side of things, it's a constant challenge. We're probably a little over halfway through it now. And we're constantly faced with, it's easy for us when we look at those photos that have the extremely well-maintained landscape to say, yeah, nothing should happen there, clearly. The one that, we're using as the worst example, I can look at that, I'm a certified arborist, and identify numerous arborvitaes, cypress trees. Eddie's sitting in the back, he's my project manager that's operating, that's running this contract. He said there's irrigation to all those trees. So it's a developed landscape that's way overgrown and has a bunch of volunteer and invasive species in there as well. So that's where really the judgment is difficult, and we're looking for direction from you guys tonight on how to move forward with the program, because we want to do what the goal of this program is, which is treating the hazardous roadway fuels to prevent, fire and extreme heat in the event of an ingress or egress on a wildfire. We're familiar with these projects. We do a lot of shaded fuel breaks, fuel reduction projects. This is a very sensitive one because of the community, and two, because of it where it is. I mean, it's 99 miles of town roadways. We're working in front of all of your guys' properties. Everybody else is here. So we understand the sensitivity. We want to be involved with the community. We want to leave a long-lasting impression and work with the town continuously and on future opportunities. So I wanted to introduce myself and just let you guys know that we're here tonight looking for direction from you guys on how to proceed with the goal of sufficing the contract and the expectations, and the goal with CAL FIRE and everybody involved to reduce the fuel loads here in the town of Paradise. And I appreciate your guys' time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thanks, Chase.
Appreciate it. That's a tough one. It's just tough. So hopefully we can move forward with.
Yep.
So if you're comfortable with what you said, I would make a motion to.
Yeah. I'm comfortable that we can continue to assess and use great judgment with great team to achieve the goals of this program. Yes. Will everyone be happy? No.
That's what our committee is for.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we're good.
So he needs a consensus on direction.
Yeah.
He's got it. Sounds like I'm good with.
I trust that we communicated that as effectively as possible, and I do appreciate the effort of you guys to attend so you could hear it firsthand and understand our challenges as well.
And I want to thank you for educating me on right-of-ways and how far it goes. I realize that I've landscaped part of the town's property in my front yard.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it's down real low.
I feel bad. I can't believe I did a presentation without a definition of right-of-way. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But that's not intuitive, so thank you for the
We'll,
opportunity.
we'll let it slide this time, Mike. But
Okay.
don't let it happen again.
Thank you.
Get out before midnight.
All right. Thank you. Direction received.
So we're good there, okay. 7A, council-initiated agenda items. Discuss the uses of adjacently owned lots. Heidi.
So many of you are aware that this item was previously brought up for council-initiated items. Several months ago, Councilman Culleton brought it up. Since then, well, I should expand. That particular evening, it was very, very briefly discussed and did not move past the council consideration. And we did not have staff come back with any recommendations for how we might be able to find some compromise for adjacent property owners to be able to utilize their property. There was limited comments brought up during that brief discussion, and I had had a number of residents approach me since with concerns about the limitations placed on them for utilizing their adjacent properties. And just to define that, since the fire, we all know a list of people who have purchased an adjacent lot. And it does not have a primary structure, so the limitations for that to be utilized are pretty stringent. And to some extent, for good reason. The intent there is so that we don't end up with a bunch of messy lots and people with their, broken down cars and all the things that we're all afraid of that opening up to. However, I believe that because of its relevance post-fire and how many people that does apply to, it warrants further discussion and an opportunity for those property owners to come forward and share their concerns and maybe concepts for how we might accommodate their utilizing that property. So that's why I brought it up again. I think it needed to be vetted more fully and allow property owners in that situation to come forward and express their concerns.
And I've had people on both sides come to me and, tell me some for it, some against it. My biggest issue is I don't know that we have staffing to police it. I don't, we could say, okay, you can have 2 cars and a RV. And then the neighbors, 2 cars and an RV, when they've got a lot, so all of a sudden there's 4 cars on that property and an RV. And it just kind of grows from there. So our ordinance ended, I don't know, a year and a half ago, and there's a property down the street from me. The people have moved, but there's an RV, a boat, 3 cars at any time, 2 sheds, and nobody's living there or anything. And, it takes time to get it, but it's been a year and a half. So that's my feeling. We just got a letter from a lady that's said, I spent $500,000 on a house, and I don't want to look at junkyards. So I get the feeling there, and maybe there's a way to make it work where you can write the code stringent enough. But again, I don't know that we have the staffing to enforce it, and that's what my concern about it is.
I know we don't have staff to enforce it. It's not going to happen. And after I saw this coming up on here, I'm around town quite a bit, driving around. I couldn't find one that was done nicely with what we're talking about here, where they have a lot next to them where they have fifth wheel or a mobile home or a motor home and a car or something like that. It looked nice. It was every one of them were horrible. And every one of them that I talked to the neighbors around them, they're upset. They are ticked off. They go, look what I got to look at the whole time. there's a Connex box over there, or there's a broke down car that's been sitting there for 2 years now, and then there's another one just up the street from me, and that guy's blowing up with Roy down there just saying, hey, come on. The guy's just putting trailers out there, he's putting his cars out there. It's a mess, and every one of them. And I just, honestly, we got too many other things to do right now. I just don't, we can talk about it, but I'm going to be pretty avid against it.
My concern is, we had that emergency ordinance that allowed RVs to be parked on vacant lots for a number of years, and towards the end of it, we couldn't come to any agreement what to do about it, so we let it expire. And during the time, prior to its expiration, we lit a fire under Tony and his team to go out there and cite them and get them to move them off after it had expired. We expended a lot of emotional energy there. I know his team caught a lot of flack from a lot of folks and such. And now all of a sudden we're going to say, oh, King's X, we changed our mind. You now can park an RV on a vacant lot. And I just don't like that kind of radical change in this short amount of time, because it wasn't that long ago that we let that ordinance expire. And so if we do direct staff to bring this back, I want them to bring back the other side of that coin. That is why we should not do this. I don't want to have just, oh, here we can do this and here's how we can tighten it up. I want to hear why we, as a town, we should not allow something like that to happen.
I brought this up a couple of years ago because a manager at Ace Hardware bought the adjoining property, and he had a boat, and he parked it on his new lot, and he got a ticket because, and the ordinance, I think, was written pre-fire a long time ago, and then we amended it to allow emergency use. You could put RVs, and then that took us forever to get rid of. And so I brought it up, we discussed it, and at least 3 of you, my colleagues here, had all the same reasons you're voicing tonight, why it was not a good idea. They weren't willing to go back and do it, and I accepted that. And so, and that's where I'm at now. It's like, you know, I told Mike, I said, here's the deal, man. Just drag your boat trailer so that the front wheel of the tongue is sitting across the property line on your property, and then you can't get a ticket. So I'm not in favor of bringing this back. I mean, there's creative ways to work around these things.
I do want to draw a point of clarification, though. The temporary use permit for the emergency ordinance was applying to people living on their lot while they were rebuilding. That is not in any way.
But the idea, Heidi.
No, let's clarify. We did allow them to leave trailers on a lot and not live in them. We also had an ordinance that allowed folks to live in their trailers on lots, and we also have we allow them to live in a trailer when they're rebuilding. So it's 3 different things we're talking about, and the one I'm talking about is the trailers that were stored on private property, and nobody was living on it, nothing was built on it. And that's the one that we let expire, but it took a long time for Tony to get the folks to remove it, and some trailers are still out there.
But the ordinance the ordinance in play now was written before the fire. Am I right, Tony? Before pre-fire, and you can't have a shed. You can't, if you have a vacant lot, you have to either have a building permit or have a residence on it to have anything, to store anything on it, to have a shed, to keep a trailer, a boat, or anything. That's an old ordinance, been on the books for a long time. And that's what we as collectively, I was outvoted on this dais that this council did not want to change that, because there used to be a junkyard right across the street from Town Hall for years. And so anyway, I understand the argument against it, and that's why, you know, I'm not in that. This is not my fight.
And just to be fair, now, I know of about 3 properties, Greg may not have seen them, but where people do have, and it is very neat and orderly. However, I will say those are probably few and far between. And
I'd like to know where they're at.
What's that?
Tell me where they're at. Yeah, I'd like to see them.
Well, anyway, so that's the thing is, I don't know. I don't know that we could enforce it, and that's and I'm afraid that it could grow, even if we set guidelines of what it's supposed to be. But you know, if we can have a discussion about it and figure out a way that to make it work for everybody, you know, I would listen, but I don't know, you know, I just don't know how that would work.
I'm not advocating necessarily for any specific considerations. It's just that it has come up on a repeated basis from the residents that we represent. And so I can appreciate all of the concerns, because I would have the same concerns of a lot next to me that it didn't get out of control. But I appreciate the clarification of the difference of the RVs on vacant lots. But nonetheless, even the one that exists was not in the context of an adjacent property. It was just a vacant lot, not allowed to have an RV parked on it. When it is your private property right next to your house, it's a little bit different consideration than it's just some vacant lot and you live in Arizona now and you're going to leave your...
It's still a vacant lot, whether it's in your name or not. It's still a vacant lot.
Turn your mic on.
It's still a vacant lot. It's a vacant lot. Unless you merge your lots, then you're compliant. So if you bought the adjoining property because you want to control who lives next to you, or you don't want anybody to live next to you, or you have a whole bunch of, you have a work truck and a boat and an RV and a camper and like these rich guys, then, you know, merge your lots and then you're in compliance, you know. I don't know.
I'm just representing what concerns have been brought to me, and those are valid. You know, when that ordinance that stands today was written, it was not in a chapter of Paradise that so many people had adjacent vacant lots.
All right, let me ask this. How many people in this room have an adjacent lot that you want to store things on? Are you storing things on them? One. Well, you guys are together. One, two. The police chief does.
That was Deppie, right?
So, and you? Merging lots is cheap.
Paradise.
Problem with people don't, you know, if you have 3 or 4 lots, you don't necessarily want, because things happen, and maybe you want to sell one off, and that's,
No, I get it.
that's the problem there.
To be able to use it, but it's kind of like.
Okay, I said my piece. I'm just representing what has been brought to me from multiple residents, so there you go.
I do have a card on this item. Leslie Sawyer. Is she still here?
No.
No, she is not here. Okay. So is there council consensus to move this to the consideration agenda? To move it to consideration?
Not for me.
So no. Okay. There is no consensus.
So 7A2, discuss reviewing the fiscal sustainability model as it relates to staffing needs. Heidi.
Hello again. I just want to add a little context to this one also. My request was that I would like staff to develop a framework for tracking workload metrics, staffing ratios, and service levels across departments so that we can begin establishing a baseline. With the town currently facing a structural deficit that is being balanced with pro-fund transfers, that's a short-term solution, relatively speaking, with our budget. And I believe it's important that we begin developing better tools to evaluate our staffing levels and departmental productivity early, so that when we come to a point of having to balance that, we can do it gradually with small bites. Rather than push us to a cliff of having to make large-scale, drastic changes. So I don't want to come across like I'm wanting to evaluate staff to just start laying people off, you know, next fiscal year. That is not at all what I am proposing. I just want to establish a baseline so that we can make this transition from deficit spending balanced with pro funds to a balanced, solvent budget as gradually and as responsibly and as painlessly as possible to our town's staff and the operations of our staff. So that's my intent there.
Yeah, I'm in favor of us looking at that because definitely we don't want to fall off the cliff at the end. So I would like to have staff bring back something like this that allows us to basically manage by metrics is what it comes down to. Basically, we know how much money we have. We've got that number. What we don't know is how much, you know, as we're adding folks and removing folks and all that, where are we at on it? I know the previous town manager was looking at a time when people would retire and they wouldn't be backfilled, but we would bring somebody up from below and let them take that slot, so we'd end up having natural attrition and all. That's a nice wish, but I'd like to have a little more substance behind that says, okay, we got a 15-year plan. In the next 5 years, here's how we're looking at it. It's just a barrel drop, but over the next 15 years, it's going to drop down to where we're sustainable without the pro fund. And I realize there's some guess in there. What's the population size going to be in 15 years? What's the tax base going to look like? But you guys have pulled magic out of the box before and come up with numbers. So I'm looking for something like that to allow us to say, okay, I like that curve. I can live with that curve, as opposed to, I'm not sure what's going to happen in 15 years.
So what does that do? Does it become an action plan, or I'm not following? I mean, none of us want to run out of money. I totally 100% agree with that. But there are so many assumptions. It's almost like blindfolding yourself and throwing a dart at the wall, and you don't. It can't become an action plan because we got attrition. We've got people that move on, and so many variables happen all the time that I don't understand. I don't know. Maybe Amy understands it, but
I'm sure she does, but she can educate us. But I feel like a lot of what I got was smoke and mirrors, okay? Yeah, it's going to last a certain amount of time, and yes, we're going to manage to it. But I don't see any substance behind that, and the sustainability model had so much variability.
But even what you get is going to be such a guess that it's just, is it worth anything?
We are currently at, I believe, at least 50% heavier in staff overall than we were pre-fire.
I do not believe that to be true.
No.
But I will say that I can interject for just a quick second as part of the budget process, and this is a healthy discussion to have annually, but also more frequently. And our last update to the fiscal sustainability model was back in 2023. We're working on budget preparations for June and late June for the original budget to be presented. I'd love an opportunity to listen and hear what's being requested, provide an update about where we are in relation to the fiscal sustainability model, and I also hear the request to understand better our staffing levels. I want to clarify that because certainly that's not the case as far as an increase of double or 50% as far as pre-fire staff. But what I can do is present a picture of where we are, where the model said we would be at this time, and where we're going, and provide some updates on staffing levels. Like, our Public Works Streets team is lean and mean, and we're maintaining 100 miles with, 6 people out there. Our police force is serving, 11,000 people across the community. So I hear what you're saying as far as understanding what's normal and what's the appropriate service levels, and then I also hear, a natural process of making sure every position is analyzed for purpose and need through attrition naturally, but also having a good understanding of where we are, because we don't talk about that a lot, about where we are as we make key decisions that inform us where we're going. So I'd love an opportunity to present this as a start and have it to you in June ahead of the budget. And so when we get to the actual budget itself, we can have that picture already separate and the groundwork laid. And then if you have a need for more information, we can hear that and respond to it as well.
Can you include in that a org chart pre-fire and a current org chart so we can see the black and white numbers of the staffing increases pre-fire to current?
Let me chime in. You can't compare pre-fire. We had 26,000 people here. We still had the 100 miles of roads. We had 85 at our low point, 84, 85 employees. Our whole town burnt down. We had our public works department has not increased. I have the same number of people. Maybe it's increased by 1 or 2.
Yeah.
But we were doing the same amount of roads back then, pre-fire. And like, when we had to do all of this, when we had these millions of dollars coming at us to fix everything, our one town engineer with an assistant town engineer couldn't do all that work. The 15 people, all the people, the 2 people that worked in finance couldn't do all that work. So,
I
you know,
absolutely agree. I'm not.
grown all that. I mean, so you can't compare, you know.
I'm not
But I
comparing
do
them
wanna-
apples to apples, Woody, but currently our expenditures and revenue are going like this, and at some point, we need to correct that.
So I think what I'm hearing, and so I live this in Chico, so what you need is information, you need it on an ongoing basis.
Yes.
Because I will tell you what happened in Chico is our finance department was not providing accurate information, and they were hedging their bets. They didn't want to lay anyone off. They were hedging their bets, and then when the recession hit, and we didn't come out of the recession quick enough, we essentially had to destroy our towns, our city staff to make ends meet. I never want you to go through that as a council. So you need information, accurate information, you need projections as best as we can provide. I know Amy and Mark want to provide that. I know Jennifer will want to provide that as your new town manager. You just want information so, Ron, like you said, you don't come to a cliff and then all of a sudden you realize, oh my gosh, we're falling, and then it's too late, right? That's what you want. And any town manager worth their salt will evaluate every position that comes up at any given moment and evaluate, is that a position we need to fill? And those are all very valid requests. We can do something for you guys. You need that information, and I completely agree. You need that.
Thank
as
you
best
for
as we can
bringing up
provide.
the budget presentation, because I do believe that at one point last year during the preliminary budget discussion, we had discussed having interim budget presentations so that we could see things along the way rather than the June presentation where it's a done deal. And I don't think we did get preliminary or interim budget presentations this year. So if we could implement that, that would be fabulous. Just so we get them in a little smaller bites that are more digestible and we can follow it. That would be appreciated.
So I'll tell you that Amy is very good about keeping me informed. I know she will keep you informed too, so I have no doubt that when we provide this to you, you'll have enough information to make sound decisions. That's really our job to do as your staff.
Well, and I want staff to understand in no way is this a hit list that anybody's looking to start getting rid of staff tomorrow. That's the furthest thing. We can't afford to have that happen. We've got too much going on. We've got valuable staff. You guys mean a lot to us. So in no way should this reflect coming across that way at all. Because, eventually we're going to have to make some changes down the road, but it is down the road because we've got a lot of work left ahead of us. And we need everyone here to do that. So at least that's my interpretation of what's
Same
being said.
thing, yeah.
That is
The staff we have is
absolutely-
great. We need the entire staff to keep doing what they're doing, and we're not looking at cutting. We just need to have the numbers, like Mike just talked about, in smaller bite-sized budget numbers, like quarterly or something like that, so we can understand we're still on the right path. So that 15 years from now, we won't fall off a cliff. And I'm pretty confident that our new town manager will make sure that that happens, because she's going to be here for quite a while, I hope. Unlike the previous, at least the interim town manager and the previous town managers, we'd like to have some continuity in town managers because we've got so much ahead of us to grow this town. So thank you for that, Mike.
Yep, and you have an excellent finance director who's going to ensure that we do not fall off that cliff. I know that, so.
So are we,
Yeah, I think what Mark proposed, I think what Mark proposed is that he would bring that back as part of the framework of the budget presentation, and then if we need more detail, then we can establish that. That's a great place to start.
Thank you. I'll have that next month.
okay. 7A3, discuss a potential council-initiated ballot measure to change the mayor's position from a council-appointed role to a voted elected office. Heidi.
One more. This is another item for discussion that has just been bounced around between not only council members, but members of the public, that the way we have our mayor appointed within council on an annual basis, in contrast to having a mayor position be an elected position from the community as a whole. So that's just an item for consideration.
Any comments or?
Here's my comment. I don't think, the way it works here since 1979 has been pretty successful. There are people that have been elected by the people to the council that have never been mayor. You kind of just have to be able to get to know your colleagues and earn the right to be the mayor. The mayor in our general law city is simply a ceremonial position. The mayor's only responsibility is to run the meeting. Beyond that, there's a whole little book that got written. It used to be, when I came on the council in 2004, the town manager was the face of the town. If there's a public announcement thing, or if the news media, the town manager, and a fellow in town, a prominent businessman, got elected to the council, and he didn't believe that was right. He believed that the elected people, the mayor, should be the face of the town. So a whole little handbook on duties of the mayor was written. And that's the way it's kind of been since then. But primarily, the only responsibility of the mayor, nobody has any more authority than anyone. We all have equal authority, and we all represent you, the citizens. The mayor runs the meeting, and in his absence, the vice mayor. All of us are on the check register, so we can all take 2 signatures to sign checks for these projects. So that's the way it's always been. And so all you got to do is kind of earn your turn. And there were times in my early days on the council when everybody got a turn. If you got elected to the council, it came a chance in your 4 years to be the mayor. And then there were people that, because they did things. We had a situation happen one time where we elected a mayor, or we had a mayor, we had a vice mayor who got himself in a bunch of trouble, legal problems, really ugly stuff. And the council said, look, you cannot represent this community because of the things you're involved in. You know, it was not good stuff. And so the council had the ability to remove him because we appointed him. If we go to an elected mayor and you have a mayor that goes south, and short of being arrested and convicted of a felony, it will take a special election to remove him from office. And then you have to decide, is it a 2-year term? Is it a 4-year term? You know, is it a 1-year term? Then you've incurred more cost with the balloting process and the voting process. So there's a lot. We're not a strong mayor city. We're not a charter city. We're a general law city. It's just a matter of getting along with and earning your right to be the mayor, you know, and having a desire. There are people that have been here, and I won't name names, that hate being the mayor. They don't like doing this stuff, you know. And you go to ribbon cuttings and all. Steve has been an exceptional mayor. He likes doing this. He totally embraces it, you know. Well, people know who I was talking about. So I mean, and there are people that just never wanted to be the mayor, you know. So I don't see any, it would be an additional cost to the town. The potential problem, if you have somebody that suddenly really messes up bad, where it taints, where it reflects on this community, you want to have the ability to say, you can't do that anymore. You can't go out and represent us. So it's not anything I would support at all.
I just want to add to one of the comments that had come up from a number of people is that it would present some continuity. So I just wanted to add that. I did not realize continuity because it would be the same person in the position for maybe a 2-year term or. But that was circumstantial to his appointment in consecutive terms.
But that's not always what you want. It's
fair point. I had neglected to add that as one of the comments that had been brought forward, so.
One of those rare moments, I want to say that I agree with Woody. Mark the tape, but I just feel like it's worked very well. And you're right, if there is a problem, we have a way of remedying that very simply. And none of us, I don't care what position, what title you have, we're one of five. All of us are one of five. And if the mayor can't do it, the vice mayor does, if he can't do it, any of us can do any of those jobs. So I just don't see, to me, it's not necessary, but.
I come from the place of where if it's not broke, don't fix it. It's been working fine. I've watched this council since before the fire, and I've seen them do great things. You look at the town today, it's because how the council and the staff have worked together as a team. We've done wonders. We're again the fastest growing town in California for a reason, because we're trying to make people welcome when they come here. And so I would hate to change it and upset the apple cart and have a mayor think, well, since they're the elected mayor, everybody's equal, but they're more equal. And I'd hate for us to head down that path.
That's it.
Thank you for at least airing out that discussion, because there was a couple of things I hadn't thought about,
thanks for bringing
specifically
it up.
what Woody brought up. But again, when things come up on a handful of occasions from various, sources and various directions, I'm going to bring it up. So thank you.
And I encourage you to do that, because we need to hear all sides and have to debate it and decide what we think's the best as a group of five. So again, thank you for doing that, and I look forward to seeing more of your requests later on. Keep doing it.
And I think we should make this a national holiday
Yeah.
because Greg Boland agreed with me.
Somebody
Rare
wrote
moment.
that down.
Rare moment.
Okay. So 7A4, discuss approving a letter of support in favor of AB 2700. So,
I like it, I approve it, let's do it.
okay, works for me. Everybody good?
Yeah.
Okay, we have the letter in ours, so let's get that off because it's happening tomorrow, so.
No pressure.
Will they even read it?
Yeah, well, I think maybe we can fax it to, or email it to Will Abrams. He's going to be there. Ken's already gone, I think. But yeah, we can do something like that. So great, thank you. Council report on committee representation. Greg?
Oh, gosh.
Oh, boy. No LAFCO this time. Facilities, we went through looking at where we can do corporate yard, still working on that. The committee of committees is done. We are not doing that anymore, so we did that, Mark did a great job on that. PID meeting went great. Again, they're working on their main lines. So we're going to see some roads dug up. Our town is it's a work site. I mean, it's just the way it is. And I know people are getting tired of it, but they've got a lot of main line that's got to get fixed, and they got money for it. And then insurance committee, that's just an ongoing process. So that's it for me.
Over the past month, we've had a handful of sewer committee meetings. The Butte County Fire Safe Council monthly meeting. I was able to meet with a representative of ROAR, the Rural Outreach and Advocacy for Resilience, on one of her programs that she's working on. It's a tobacco prevention program, and integrating it into our schools and a number of other collaborative opportunities. I was able to sit down and talk with Officer Montana Wood. I thought it was it was pretty cool that she reached out looking for feedback on what members council expect from officers. And so I really enjoyed getting a chance to sit down with her and get to know her a little bit better and share some of my priorities. We had a Firewise community cleanup project in my neighborhood that was pretty cool. I missed the COC meeting this month, tragically, due to a funeral. We had our committee meeting, which was a one and done, thank goodness. Thanks to Mark and the tempo of that meeting. I wish we could duplicate that tempo, that's great. Our insurance committee is moving forward. I think we have some real actionable items and some really engaged members of the community. Specifically, this last time we had Butte County Fire Safe Council in attendance, and how they could help support us expand the presence of Firewise communities, potentially or hopefully to encompass the entire community. And then Ev Duran, who is a local cinematographer, is going to be working with us on highlighting our accomplishments, and so that we can share that with with the feeling to the insurance companies, not just a report. You know, black and white just doesn't speak the same as a video, and the way Ev captures things is really remarkable. So I'm super excited to have him as an asset to not only the committee, but hopefully in more capacities with the town. I went on a job walk with PG&E on part of their Pence Road undergrounding, which was pretty exciting. I haven't seen that kind of heavy equipment up that close for a while. We had our building department CAP. I forget what we've evolved that name to be, but yeah, the CAP committee, which I think that is shaping up as well. I was happy to see that item on the consent agenda move forward. I think that cinches that up. Our Economic Development Committee is really, really moving forward, and thank you for all of the community partners that are participating in that. We're really getting some momentum and some traction, and I'm so excited to see our progress. The PUSD Liaison Committee meeting and the Upper Ridge Community Council meeting, and I appreciate Mark for attending that and sharing a presentation with our Upper Ridge neighbors on our road construction as it relates to evacuation routes for the upcoming fire season, and they were very appreciative of that as well. And then I went to the Chocolate Fest this weekend and my mom was even in town, so it was the first time I've ever actually attended as just an everyday person and wasn't part of putting the whole thing on. So that was fun. And that's it.
I also attended a town and PID meeting, and one thing that I wanted to mention is they're still talking about the transfer of fire hydrants. The town owns the fire hydrants, and PID owns a bunch of roads that are not up to standards, and they'd like to give them to us without funding.
Yeah, I think they want to do a swap. It's really interesting.
Yes, they want to swap the two, but it has to be at zero cost to either side. The idea that we'd get these roads that are whatever status. But anyways, they're continue talking about it. I know Mark's going to figure it out.
Repave and turn them over?
That's my thought. Have them bring up the standards and give it to us, but I'll let Mark work it. I also attended the BCAG meeting, the Butte County Association of Governments, and two items on that are of interest to the folks. First off is they're making progress on the Chico to Sacramento intercity bus service. They are actually put out for contract to get new buses for that, and those buses should be in the fall of 2026. They'll have an ADA lift, about a 28-passenger bus, and it'll be a tap-to-pay system to get onto it. They'll have Wi-Fi, so people can take it down to Sacramento, and where they get dropped off in Sacramento, they can then catch a bus to the airport. And so if somebody doesn't have transportation to the airport, they can actually use this bus to make it all the way there. So you'd have to obviously take a bus from Paradise down to Chico, the bus from Chico to Sacramento, Sacramento to the airport. It's a little longer than if your own car, but it'll be available, and they're working on that. They're also working on a regional transit routing study. It's only for Oroville and Chico, but they're relooking at how they have the routes down there, where it helps Paradise is if somebody from Paradise needs to go to some specific spot in Chico, the routes may be a little bit more available for them. And finally, we also approved the budget for 2027. That was it for BCAG. I attended the air quality management folks, and they also approved a budget, and they also had a financial audit for the 24-25, and they received an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. So she's in the back. In other words, they didn't have any errors, so that's what I'm looking at of you, right? Everything's going to be perfect, and nobody's going to say, oh, you had this flaw. No, I know you'll do that. You did great last time. But, and then, see, beyond that, I met also with Officer Wood, and that was interesting. I not sat down with an officer to talk about what my views are. I had to first think about what are my views about public safety and what I should be telling. I really hadn't conceived of that. I normally just talk with, the chief back there and say, okay, this is what I'm interested in. So it took me a while to figure out what my thoughts were on that. And I attended a meeting with at the Chamber of Commerce and to review their progress on the Piece of Paradise. And again, an outstanding presentation. I'm looking for good things to happen out of that for this next year. And then just yesterday, I met Sergeant Pickering at his retirement. And I have to say, Chief, there was more pizza than I can imagine. I'm not sure how much you guys eat when we eat pizza, but obviously, there was a lot there. But it was a good time, and it's sad to see him leave, but I understand why. We all wished him well in his retirement. And his canine friend. So, and I thought that was going to come up tonight. Was that part of the? On consent. Okay, on the consent. That's where I missed it. Okay. I read it and forgot about it. Okay. So we retired his canine.
Woody?
So I got to attend the retirement party for Officer Pickering.
Sergeant.
That was fun. I also got invited by the fire chief to go to the Wildfire Preparedness Week final big-time statewide celebration. They had everybody in the world that they're doing some fuels management down at the crossroads in the, whatever that little subdivision is called, Blue Oaks or something. And it was pretty impressive. There was everybody in the world that's working on this. There was Forest Service, there was Sheriff's Department, Highway Patrol, Army, CAL FIRE, just the director of California, what is it? Operation, no, OES, yeah, the OES director was there with the whole staff. It was quite a dog and pony show, but there's no shade and there are no chairs. So for an old man, that was tough. Yeah, so that's what I did. And I probably did some other things that I don't remember. So maybe I should write stuff down. If I wrote it down under the mic on. Oh, turn the mic on.
Yeah, you got to start over now, Woody.
Oh, I did it all.
Just kidding.
Thanks, Greg. Let me start over. I'm done.
Okay. Well, I showed up an hour late for Sergeant Pickering's retirement, so hopefully I'll get a chance to get to see him tomorrow. And anyway, also as of yesterday, PG&E had another 19 poles removed. Total of 121 poles out of 375 have been removed, so there's still a ways to go there. I was out of town last week, so I didn't have a lot of stuff done. I did an interview with a master's student from Sonoma about our fire. It was about a half-hour interview, and it really, it was interesting to hear her perspective, her questions, and she did a great job with it, so I was impressed. Again, several sewer meetings, a chamber mixer at Maria's. For the last 4 years with the chief, I've attended a judicial luncheon with a group of 5 or 6 students from Paradise High, and it's put on by the Butte County Court, and Gina Gingery, the Superior Court judge, is the one that's in charge of it, and it's really neat meeting these kids and listening to their stories and what they're going to do. And I think one of the highlights of that day for me was the chief is always giving me a bad time about my age. So as we were sitting there finishing lunch, he's looking around, he says, I went to school with their parents and their parents and their parents, and it really did me good to hear that thing because it kind of gave a little perspective of when he's telling me how old I am, he got to feel that. So that was kind of good. I also got to sit down and spend time with Montana Wood. What a incredibly driven, bright young lady. I think I was very, very impressed with her, with everything about her, and so I wish her well. I was invited by PG&E. There was a group of elected officials that got to take a tour of Diablo Canyon Nuclear Facility in Avila Beach, and that was really a cool tour. Security there is tighter than it is in Washington, D.C., and they generate 9% of California's total electricity. And 47 years, no accidents. Wildlife there seems to be thriving. So nuclear power, that particular plant runs between 80 and 95% efficient, as opposed to solar and wind, which is 35% efficient. So it's a huge difference. And they have a 20-year license starting in 2025 from the federal government. The state government, who asked them not to shut down and keep going, they asked for a 10-year contract. State gave them 5 years. And he says it's really hard to operate in a 5-year contract because you have to procure your materials out, so it makes it really hard to do, and you don't want to shut the plant down and then restart it. So hopefully the state will get something going there, and that's what I did. So now I think we have the town manager's report.
No
Council consideration.
Future agenda.
We do. Anybody have anything?
I do.
Boy, there's a surprise.
Surprise, surprise. I have two. The first one is we used to meet, the council met twice a month. And somewhere along the way, that changed to where we meet once a month. And in view of the hour, it's 10:30 at night, which is why there's very few people here compared to what there were here in the beginning of the meeting. I would suggest that we come talk about on the future agenda, possibly going back to 2 meetings a month, depending on what's on the agenda. Because when we have a lot of stuff, I was talking to the town attorney, we could go back to having that regularly scheduled. And if we have a light agenda, where we're not going to be here till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, then we just cancel the meeting, the second meeting. You know, I'm not trying to put more work or shorten staff's ability to compile everything. That was one of the reasons we cut it down. But we have a lot of stuff going on, and it's really hard to make decisions and stay awake at 10:30 at night. So I'd like to talk about that. The other thing is my controversial one. In light of the letter I got yesterday or today from the Chamber of Commerce, the reports and the challenges I've read from the people that are advocating for the STEP system, if I had it to do over, based on the report we were given a couple of 3 years ago from the sewer committee and the recommendation that was made, I would not have voted in favor of it. So I would like to, for a future agenda, I would like to ask for the item, for an item to be put on the, either not the next or the following one agenda, to reconsider the sewer project in light of the new information that we're getting, in light of what's happened in Chico to their sewer project, in light of all of the things. Like the Chamber's letter was pretty impactful to me, you know, like that many of the people that the sewer would actually be for, saying, I'd be out of business, I couldn't do it. So, and because we don't have yet this idea, when does it ever, how is it affordable ever? So I'd like to just bring it back and let's talk about it again with all of the information that we have, if it's next month or the month after. That's the two things I'm asking for.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Well, your last town manager report.
My last report, and it's actually one I am very thrilled to give because I'm going to talk about themes, and there was a theme tonight, if you didn't catch it, and it wasn't landscaping and vegetation. That was a little bit of a theme, but there's a bigger theme, and that bigger theme was economic development. And so I want to congratulate you on hiring Jennifer McCarthy as our next town manager. So I've had the pleasure of both working and knowing Jen for many, many years, and you could not ask for a better person at this given time in this town's history, and I mean that sincerely. When we went through this process, those that were on the hiring committee, it was a little slow. I think Ron and Heidi would agree with me, Crystal. It was really, really slow, but good things come to those that wait, and we cannot get a better person for this town. I cannot be happier to hand the reins to Jennifer. I know she's going to work extremely well with the community, with staff, and I really look forward to watching the economic development piece really blossom under her leadership with Colette. And when you guys hire, I hope next month, a coordinator position, which I think is going to be very important moving forward. I think you're going to see great things in this town, and could not be happier with the hiring of Jennifer. So, and with that, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone on the dais. You guys are fantastic. Love you all, and the community and our staff, which are really, really wonderful people. You have a staff that punches above their weight every single day, and trust me, having been in this forever, almost 4 decades, it's one of the best I've ever seen. So I really am really proud to have worked with them and all of you, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. You did a great job. You helped us out a lot, and you know, we will miss having you around.
So I'm only 10 miles away, so I'm just down the hill. I know the way really, really well now.
You know,
so.
we have some really great housing programs here for people to.
Yes, I know. I've looked at some of those lots. They're fantastic.
Yeah, Mike, one of the criteria we had when we were selecting an interim town manager is we want somebody to keep the lights on and keep the train running down the track. And I haven't heard of any derailments, and the lights are still on, so you obviously